let us move on to the next subject. As reiterated previously, a project like this would not be balanced without the perspective of minorities. Thus, aside from David, I also accrued the wisdom of a Hasidic Jew. He goes by the online moniker of Doooovid, with 4 O's, and runs a small interfaith program in the greater Detroit metropolitan area. Additionally, Doooovid has more than overtly done the rounds, so to speak, on many different alternative media sites, podcasts, and general YouTube streams, buttressing the position of the Jewish people at large, including against those of the unabashed alt-right, racist, anti-Semitic stance. Doooovid in particular is a proud Jew and encourages and advocates for multiculturalism in the United States, yet, nevertheless, ostensibly opposes it for Israel. Strangely enough. Here was a partition of our discussion.
I kind of enjoyed defending the Jews. I grew up in urban, multicultural places. So to say, demographic change had largely already occurred when I was a child. That whites were a minority already.
Oh, that's not a bad thing. I feel like this is where a lot of people get in trouble. It's like the white nationalists want to be. I didn't understand why it took you so long to respond to that. Someone said to me,
than, like, if you're Latinx, you say, like, maybe your heart's because there's not a religion associated to it, and if you're Christian,
I'm a Christian,
there's no reason for your heart to be like in South America or in Spain. But if you're a Jew,
I'm
by definition, our heart's in Israel. Like, of course, like I'm a Jew by definition. Of course, my heart's in Israel.
Yeah, well, that's that. I asked the question. It could have been very easily responded to, but
because you get defensive because
you got defensive, which I found unusual.
As an aside, Doooovid emphasizes that he is first and foremost a lover of the Almighty and of all forms of wisdom that promote harmony between mankind and God consciousness. However, it is not lost upon me the seeming contradiction of his advocacy for multiculturalism in majority white Gentile Western countries, juxtaposed with his exhortation to keep Israel homogeneous, whilst actively assisting the United States in this undertaking. Some would contend that once his work in the Western world is complete, he will perpetually have a default ethno-nationalist land always there to welcome him. Thus, the accusations of world Jewish supremacy and double standards, as the Calgary Plan and the Protocols of the Elders of Zion would allegedly exemplify. To his credit, he is often predominantly targeted by white racists who inform him of the various cruel methods in which they envision death for him and for other Jews. Although I will not personally deny some of the stereotypes that he does appear to represent, example, the dialectical manner of his long-winded discourse, and his classically orthodox or even vaguely Hasidic look, nevertheless, Doooovid is a human being, and despite how much I may disagree with some of his multicultural, borderline globalist views in some cases, he still undoubtedly deserves the same respect and kindness that anyone else does. Our next subject is reviler. The origin of his name is found in the Bible verse 1 Corinthians chapter 6 verses 9 to 10. An abuser of speech, a proudly racist, and
the more they'll tune out.
Yeah,
so
they're
I love what you did. It was like
people
curious,
are tuned
like,
out
what's
to
going
fact.
on.
They like conspiracy shit and lies.
Doooovid likes conspiracy
bullshit.
theories.
But then, like a lot of stuff that they accused me of saying was conspiracy, it turns out I'm just 2 years ahead and it's true. Anything I say, it turns out true. Nothing I've ever said turned out to be a conspiracy theory. It turned out to be a real conspiracy that I knew about because, hello, I'm a Jewish, old nosy Jewish woman. I have stuck my nose in the business of everybody you can name in this world. Hell yeah.
Good for you.
Hell
amen.
Yeah. Huh?
Good for you. Amen. Hero of Israel. That's what
the Jonathan Pollard thing, I've been sticking my 2 cents in that for decades.
Yeah, I mean, just Luke Ford and the dangers of e-personality. If he's an introvert, incel or whatever, and when he comes out on the internet, he has this, like the dark side of his subconscious becomes conscious. I mean, to me, it's obvious. That's what happens. It's what's happening to you on the same way. But your unconscious, your subconscious is different than Gandalf's subconscious.
Logic and science dictate that not only consciousness doesn't exist, consciousness is in fact scientifically impossible. And yes, it is going to involve math and calculus and science and computer programming. I'm sorry. And that have different implications of the process. What's the connection between the levels of a person's soul and how it reincarnates?
But I'm not going to spur on the issue because I'm not a woman. It's not my issue.
About how one day you're going to fulfill the Canadian dream or the American dream. So you watch Seinfeld and say, I could do it. I'm going to go out tomorrow and go to work and have a great day, and I'm going to be successful. And one day I'm going to have my own apartment. I'm going to have my own parties with my own friends over, and I'm going to have my own possessions. I'm going to see things that I want and just buy them.
But that's just so to say, a worthless opinion of yours.
Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with Doooovid. Joined here today by my co-host, the one and only Doooovid, who will be taking us through an introduction of the show before we go into our larger discussion, for which we're joined by Brett. Over to you, Doooovid. Thank you so much for being with us here today.
Yeah, sure. Great. Jennifer, good to be back. Yeah, we had that marathon stream on, I guess it was Thursday on Christmas night, and it's some new personalities. So good to have some returning, and Andrew joined in. So hopefully we're going to be able to get some new personalities, some new ideas, new areas of research.
Would it be okay to tilt the camera just a smidge, because now my graphics are making it look like you're on fire? And if you could just maybe be centered in the camera, it would be awesome. Thanks. And thanks to everyone for joining in the chat. Great to see all you guys here today, and looking forward to the show. Thanks so much, Doooovid. There we go. Now it just looks like your couch is on fire. It's much more aesthetically balanced.
Yeah, I got this new camera, so I got to figure out exactly. I need a mounting device, so I'm propping up a book just to get it working, and to emphasize the books more than the couch. But we'll go for the couch tonight. The Freudian couch. People expand our minds. So yeah, I really feel multiple truth hypothesis taking some ground. I was playing some more chess today, these chess variants, and I'm scoring pretty good on a few variants. I'm in the top 50 in the world at 2 different variants, and so I'm trying these different mental techniques. I've almost finished a lot of my research, and to start moving on to different things, but closing in the gaps in my research. I just ordered a few more books on information theory. I got back to watching videos, like Aiken on lab roots, on medical equipment, devices, genetic stuff. Just keeping my mind, pardon me, keeping my mind fresh, trying to understand the latest technology. So, was in that Australian documentary. So, pretty exciting. You see those characters there, Rev, and maybe Dia will come back one time over the next few weeks. So I thought I'd have Jennifer play this Children of the World song that is a pretty good opening prayer, and it's from the World Sabbath event. I'm not exactly sure the origin of the song, but it's good for a children's choir, and the words specifically to people of all different traditions for an interfaith that's designed for that. We are the children of the world, and there's a few different refrains, and different people everywhere hear our voice. It's up to us, it's up to me, it's up to you. So if maybe Jennifer wants to, if she could cue that up and play that. And this is on my YouTube page. This is at the synagogue where I had my bar mitzvah, and it's a pretty impressive interfaith. We had like Jains and Singhs and Jains and Sikhs and Baha'i and Zoroastrians and Mormons and probably like 20 different denominations. Like a lot of different Christian denominations. The Hare Krishnas. My friend Antariksha Das spoke. He got everyone to raise their hands and chant a round of Hare Krishna, and we chanted Hebrew songs. And then at the very end, all the kids get on and sing this song, "Children of the World." And it's actually one of my favorite. Maybe Doooovid one day will have little Doovids who will be from the children of the world, and this is like peak globalism, but to some extent that's what it is. And you got the American and the Israeli flag in the background.
And that wraps it up. So there, the song's over there, Doovid, if you want to take over.
So
I send the link.
So that song kind of sums up part of also the impetus for multiple truth hypothesis, because I mentioned your Professor Schroeder and Jennifer was on the call. I think that actually previewed on Root and Branch. Les Glassman had posted it on his YouTube, and I shared it on Facebook. But the Orthodox Jewish physicist who wrote a book, PhD from MIT, who wrote a series of books trying to demonstrate there's no contradiction between the Bible and the literal story of Genesis and science. I had heard him speak in Jerusalem, and the thought that like I did love science. Even when I was in Jerusalem, I always thought I was going to go back to studying science. So that perspective that yes, like even though there's a bunch of contradictions, Yeah, I think both are true, even though a lot of times, like, it's almost impossible to to avoid contradictions that people could say they can't both be true. And then life experience of the business world, academics, university study, but most specifically interfaith, because dealing giving people and their traditions the benefit of the doubt that maybe their cosmologies and karmatic systems are factually true, that a person's representing a tradition, in a great tradition of the world that represents tens, hundreds of millions of people, or even a smaller group, but that goes back to old tradition, or however we'll define these things. We could talk about that more, but to give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe what they're saying is true. Maybe their ancestors' explanation for the origins of the universe and how karma works is true. But obviously, anyone who does interfaith will notice the contradictions very quickly, because people believe a whole bunch of stuff, and it's like generally people believe crazy things. They always say like anti-Semitism or God forbid violence and degeneracy doesn't really surprise me. Saying that people believe crazy things, and but there is a rhyme to the rhythm and some sort of meaning that could be comprehended. Like patterns could be made out of the madness. And so I always held through multiple truth hypotheses, that I continue to extend the benefit of the doubt to different religions and their traditions, and to consider that maybe their cosmology story, in the same way that I consider the Torah and the Jewish tradition and science to be both concurrently true, and to support each other, not contradict each other, that could conceivably be true with all traditions. And then I needed a template to understand what truth is. And even like Jennifer was hitting on Devaya's say like incomplete and inconsistent worldview, world system. It's difficult to develop a complete and consistent worldview, because I fall under the Buddha, or Doooovid fell under some of the rabbis that I have on my YouTube page now. And just okay, like, I'm going to study under this rabbi. He knows a lot more than me. He knows a lot more than anybody I've ever met. And so I'm just going to surrender to the path under the tutelage of a guru. And we'll talk more about that. And yeah, I'm kind of rebellious and didn't want to surrender to a person. I studied under lots of gurus, rabbis, rebbes, all sorts of people, but I never really surrendered to in the way of even serving. So I served many gurus and rebbes, but not to say like I appointed one and accepted their authority, because generally I don't accept authority. So even though I served to the path under the tutelage, I never really accepted the authority, because it's not the way I understood things. We'll talk more about that. And I don't think it's necessarily the way that the people I learned under rebellious and saw that also, though, to a lot of them had followers that followed them in that way, that a lot of them accepted and even recruited me for all sorts of services I could offer, even though obviously just like Jennifer, like we're friends, associates, surrendered, like I don't really, I don't have any followers. I'm not out there even like serving page and wisdom. If Jennifer's out there in a way, but that she has followers. Not to say like I appointed one. That's fine. And, that's not the way I see their authority. Because generally, you're part of the multiple. I don't accept authority. Even though I serve the path under the different people, I never really talked enough that I largely have a pretty good working worldview. Even though it's not my worldview, I don't think it's necessarily the way that the people I in my head at the same time rebellious saw that also what I'm calling the multiple truth followers that follow them in that way, that a lot of them pretty exciting. Like I feel research is getting somewhere, all sorts services of people, but I never even though obviously Jennifer feels that way with some of her research, and she's got more PowerPoints and in the medium, saying that we got to be out here to figure out how to do a better job on putting together good content. Like if Vincent's on, I told him you could come on if you want to send him a link, and but you're saying the audio's
I'm
quality.
working on it. It's just that my computer's going incredibly slow. That's why there was just a problem with audio. Is that like one of my open tabs started playing the audio from our stream, so still working on that. I will be sending the link as quickly as I can, however.
Okay, yeah, I'm about to wrap up, but you're saying like professional quality downtime. You can't really make mistakes at or visible mistakes at professional quality, and at the level of. I mean, you can obviously everyone makes mistakes, but the error percentage and damage from them has to be at a astronomically smaller level, and so we want to focus more on the streaming, get rid of some of the toxicity, and even kind of like best wishes, like Spaceman the other day. It's like, can't you just say like blessings? I wish you the best. It's like, okay, like you got to put it off with some like ironic, and I didn't mind like I like Spaceman. I was just kind of I was worried about my YouTube. I was like, I did not want him thinking that like whatever he was thinking, like this YouTube, like you can't take any risks, and but we have to expand these circles, get these ideas out there. I think things are working. We got to talk about it. So we got Devaya here, who could be an up and coming e-personality. Obviously, the struggles of becoming an e-personality, building an audience, in the unlocking of your own personal karma, because streaming, being in front of an audience, large reveals to the person themselves quite a bit of karma that you need to know how to handle, and usually not prepared for until you do it at whatever level. Like the karma, if you got 2 people watching, 1 person watching you, 10 people, a bigger crowd, there's a karmatic reciprocation. So and also to invest the money. Like, I'm not sure the Trump stimulus thing, if it's going to get $2,000, I'm probably going to buy an Apple MacBook either way. But like if the Trump stimulus thing comes through, I'll probably get it right away. Otherwise, I might put it off just because, I got to think about it a little bit more, and whether it's worth the money. So, I guess I'm not sure if Jennifer wants to do a week in review, or you got Vince here, or if you want to let Vince go into doing his year in review since he didn't do it the other day.
Sure, go ahead, Vincent. Tell us about your year in review.
Well, hello guys, how are you? How is everyone? I haven't been on here for a while and I haven't spoken to any of you. I tried to watch some show, but it was very mathematical and physical that you were talking about. And I really couldn't understand a lot of it, but yeah, I just happened to look, come and see tonight what was going on. So how have you guys been?
Pretty good. Like, I'm still flying high from having solved the red shifting problem, which most people don't know what that is. So they don't see the significance. So it's the struggle to sort of share in my happiness about it, but I'm still pretty happy about that. And I'm working on writing a book, so trying to get my ideas formulated in an actual good way. And I just did I'm almost on a blog post, and I just did another PowerPoint presentation about estimating how long it takes for a star to form. So I feel pretty good about my studies because I'm consistently producing more content. Thanks for asking.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. That's good. And what about you, Doovid?
Thank God, COVID-19. I basically just hunkering down in my house. I got my eBay business, and intellectually, it's been extremely good for me. I've been just reading and studying things, and a lot of the wisdoms, just because of life, I didn't have time to acquire. I've been able to, mostly specifically, like you were saying, the math and physics and science, because it's important. And if you're in public life, there's always complicated things that are going on, that there's a certain level of scientific knowledge that's it's beyond my understanding level. And a lot of it's parallel to mathematics, that, if you understand a certain mathematic level, you could understand a level of engineering related to the mathematics. But there's more to it than just that. So in some way, thank God for COVID-19. And I also, I have a kind of cataclysmic, apocalyptical view of the world, and I think it's good in some way because God forbid, humanity's pretty nasty. People are pretty nasty and mean to each other, and we could have been spiraling out towards Armageddon. And it could be that COVID-19 is a blessing in disguise. These lockdowns, because I sent Jennifer this article. If you find it interesting to talk about, also on this new movie. A promising young woman, and God forbid, it's kind of like a rape, revenge movie, Me Too, you type interesting movie, but some of these dynamics and social conversations that we're trying to have, and there's just so much information, like just to catch up in my reading. So thank God for that.
All right, and then one more thing. There's someone else in this call. Who is that? I saw him. It was some guy. There's
Oh,
someone
he's
else.
got his name.
Hello.
He's been trying to go by Devea, but he's actually, you got your actual name
That's
on
okay.
your account. I mentioned that.
That's okay.
He's got Buddhist leanings, so we could have some Eastern conversation. Everybody on the panel tonight from vastly different backgrounds all have Eastern leanings of sorts.
Yes. Yes. So my year in review. So since I left, I know that the only thing I was really talking about was the Noahide laws, of course, and that was what I was going on about. But in between that, like, guess we haven't been around for a few months, and I've gotten I do this where I pick something up and I do it extremely intensely for a very long time, and I basically exhaust knowledge of it.
Yeah, it
And
looks like
then
you ended up getting involved in the elections, even though last time we talked, like you said, like you probably weren't going to do that.
yeah, no, I did. I started making political cartoons for the elections. The reason I got what happened was I got angry when he picked Kamala Harris because I felt like he was going for the Indian vote and he was going for the Hindu vote. And I just don't like her, and I felt like it was sleazy. Um, I just got upset by it, and it propelled me into politics again. Yeah, I was not going to get involved in it. I wanted Trump to win, but I wasn't going to get involved. But once she got involved, I got upset. So that propelled me, and we started making political cartoons professionally. We were sending them in. We made 6 of them, and there was various different topics and stuff like that. And I got some interviews, but nobody published them, I don't think. But well, my group got interviews in the papers, but any interviews with me were not published, which is the usual. You know what I mean? People just I'm the founder of Hindus for Trump, and I'm the one who started it, and you know what I mean, and everything like that, and steer it. And my members get interviewed by the press, but I don't. I don't.
Did you want to talk? We hardly ever talk about elections. I've been doing Thursday in Boston. This guy Chuck Moskowitz, who's kind of like a conservative Jewish Trump shill, and he's got some Alex Jones overlap interviews, like Jim Corsi, but like generally that's a topic that we almost never talk about here is Trump in the elections, and whether it was rigged or whether Trump cost himself and all these things. But
well, I think probably people are tired of it and stuff like that, and it's just, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think about it. I do want him in office. I do know that. So if he finds a way to stay in office, that's palatable.
even though like all of the Noahide stuff you've been saying forever, and like Trump's a Noahide shill and Israel's shill,
Yeah.
that's still group interest, or whatever. You ended up teaming up with the Noahides for greater strategic reasons.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. And Yeah, it is strategic. It's probably really dangerous though, but what's the alternative? I mean, now with Biden, so why did we knee-jerk go for Trump? Because he
Well, I mean, you
started.
grew up a witness. I was saying like you knew the trap and you fell for it, or you had some other calculation. Like, no, you didn't fall for the trap that you were taught as a kid.
No, I had it was a calculation because why did we go for Trump was the immediate reason for going for Trump was because he was anti-Islam. So the that's why this all started. So the question is, what do you tackle first? Do you tackle Islam or do you tackle Noahide? And the other thing is that Trump um, is not. I don't think he's necessarily 100% loyal to all of that. I don't know if he's necessarily 100% owned by that agenda, even though it is very strong in him. I think that he is a free enough man that he might not
I mean, you know,
go.
you said it yourself. Like these last days, he's doing everything that Jared Kushner tells him, and you said that for years that that's what he was going to do. And now, even though that's what he's doing, like you're still shilling for him.
No, I never said that. I don't remember saying that. I don't remember saying that, but I do remember reporting on him and that obviously his daughter is a Chabad Lubavitch Jew, so she's going to be very involved in the Noahide. And the Sanhedrin has shown a lot of interest in getting in word to him to promote the Noahide laws. And, so he's surrounded by Chabad Lubavitch. I'm sure he's heard of it. And I'm sure he's heavily influenced by it. But I don't think that he's like they've got him hook, line, and sinker. You know what I mean? I think that he went with Israel because it was very expedient, politically expedient. I think the Jews have a lot to offer immediately, and
I mean, by the
so
percentage, like all of your reporting, and like, what if you said that for every single, no-hide thing that you said? If you're saying that for Trump, then what's the big deal about what you're saying? Like, why can't that be the case in every single individual case? Or are you saying the preponderance of evidence? Or you're saying like, no, you're the same sucker like the people you've been pointing out for years, and now you're just like Trump, 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 and next thing you know, you're a no-hide shill.
I'm not a Noahide shill. I No, because I do think that he's free enough to not necessarily. I don't think that they have him totally under their thumb, and also I think that he is seeing through it a bit. I think that if he didn't win, one of the reasons he didn't win was because he went too much towards Israel's side, and he lost a lot of the. First of all, there's a healthy number of evangelical Christians which are anti-Zionist. For when Trump was coming in, when he was campaigning, he started anti-Islam. There was whispers of anti-Semitism. People, there were whispers of white supremacy, and this is what people thought maybe they would be getting. So you saw a lot of the alt-right was on his side. A lot of anti-Zionist Christians were on his side. And you saw a lot of the more kind of polite Zionist Christians might not have been as hot for him. And now that's all changed around. He went all the way for Israel. So he lost the alt-right. He lost the anti-Zionist evangelical Christians or whatever type of Christians are anti-Zionist. And he got the more Zionist Christians on his side. But I think that if he lost, it's because he went too far for Israel's side and he lost all of those votes that got him in. He came in anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant kind of, or at least this was the perception that people had, that he was anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant, and anti-Jewish, anti-globalist, all this other kind of stuff. And then he totally switched over, at least in regards to the Jews, and he lost a lot. As soon as he went over, I just go on YouTube. You can find tons of Christians that are anti-Trump. Tons of Christians that are anti-Trump. You can find tons of alt-right people that are anti-Trump. A lot of people that were very pro him before. And I forget how this all fits in. What I was just saying, I lost my train of thought.
Well, so you gave up on streaming to me. I mean, I encourage you to just give your political views about what happened, since you seem to be pretty involved. So you're saying you kind of gave up in streaming and all your other things to do full-time memeing, or were you streaming at the same time, or it didn't combine? Like there was nothing like memeing and streaming together weren't combined, or did you make like videos highlighting your art? I mean, Jennifer, does it make sense for Vince to show us some of the memes he made over the elections?
Well, as long as there's no risk they're going to be putting the channel in trouble.
No, they were public. Can I do that from my...
Yeah, I'm just going to mute a second because my dried mango Amazon delivery just came. So you'll go ahead, Devi or Church, and I'll be back in a minute. It's going to take...
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
well-
know if you guys have met. What do you want me to call you? Devia? I mean, what do you want me to call you?
Yeah, that's fine. Brett would be
Okay.
okay. I mean, I'm fine.
Okay. So you guys haven't met, I guess?
Yeah. Yes. Nice to
Yeah,
meet
it's
you.
nice to meet you too.
So I met
Yes, thank
him, I think it's pretty
Right.
much the same way we met Vincent more recently, and he's a follower of Ken Wilber, and Vincent is a Hindu, but I believe he grew up as a Mormon. That's correct.
No, Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, I'm
Jehovah's
sorry.
Witness.
Jehovah's Witness.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh, mango. Oh, delicious.
Is that Doovid there?
Yes, he's very
Yes, that is.
proud of his.
Jennifer, is my screen sharing?
Not yet.
Wait,
I
it
have
says it's
to-
sharing.
It says you're sharing your screen.
Yeah, it does say I'm sharing my screen, but
I can
Well,
see
wait.
your.
Yeah, so
I can
what's coming up for me right now is just a black screen that says you're sharing your screen with everyone. I'm not seeing anything other than that.
okay. At least you have that. We'll wait for Doovid to come back. You can see my
Now I can see your phone screen, like
right.
everything. You should probably stop sharing because it might be private, Just
No, it's fine. I know all I need is for something horrible to happen, some horrible pictures showing.
do you want to get the picture ready?
We'll just
You
wait
wanna
for
get the
Doovid.
picture ready?
I'm getting it
Okay.
ready now. I'm getting the picture
Okay.
ready now.
Cool.
Well, I don't think I would be able to.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just wait for Doovid to come back. So anyway,
Do you want to just scroll down to the next one? I just want to see it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back.
okay. So yeah, we did these cartoons. We got them professionally done. So the first one we did here, you see it's an identity politics political cartoon. So here's Kamala Harris, and she's saying, "My mother is Hindu. Vote for me." The thing was, people were upset that she's always referred to herself as a black woman, and then all of a sudden she was Indian, something that she never really highlighted before, and that was the thing that a lot of Hindus felt as though it was kind of like disingenuous. So she's saying, "My mother is Hindu. Vote for me." But she's working over here with the Indian American leftist lobby, and she's working with the Indian American Muslim lobby. And in the back, it says the Black Baptist Church. She was raised a Baptist. And so, she's kind of just using her Hinduism to get votes, or at least that's what the perception was. So in this one, we see that there's Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and they're eating sandwiches, and on the sandwiches it says Bangladeshi Hindus and Pakistani Hindus, and on the plate it says anti-CAA. So CAA is the Citizens Amendment Act, and it's in India, and they both oppose this Citizens Amendment Act. And the Citizens Amendment Act allows for non-Muslims living in Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Afghanistan who are being persecuted by the Muslim.
Noise on the line. Could whoever's not talking please mute because there's a bunch of crackling noise. right now.
Oh, sorry, that was me. I forgot to mute. I'm eating.
Yeah, so the CAA bill would allow non-Muslim immigrants coming from Bangladesh, Pakistan, or Afghanistan to escape persecution in the Muslim countries and come to India. The thing is that people say it's anti-Muslim because it doesn't allow Muslims to come in and as refugees, but Muslims are not refugees from Muslim countries. They don't need the refugee status. So they're against this CAA bill. They say that it's anti-Muslim. And so basically we're showing, they're not allowing Hindus, and others to escape Pakistan by being anti this bill. Here, I don't know if you guys knew about Article 370, but I kind of forget the full significance of Article 370 over in India. I think what it did was it changed the legal status of Kashmir, some kind of legal status in Kashmir, and right now there's some kind of like military law going on there, but they need the military law in order to kind of like keep Pakistani terrorists and internal Kashmiri Muslim terrorists at bay. And so Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are against Modi on this Article 370. They want the kind of like military rule removed and or whatever this article does. And so we were showing that they were on the side of Pakistan because Pakistan wants it removed too, that Article 370. So here again, you see, here they're saying go back, anti-CAA, and here they say come in, anti-NRC. So what we just explained before was here we see a Pakistani Hindus trying to escape Muslim Pakistan, and he's being brought back because they don't want the CAA bill, which allows Hindu refugees to escape Pakistan. So they don't want that. But over here, they want NRC. What NRC? That's the National Registration something certification, or I forget. But basically, there's so many illegal Bengali Muslims pouring into India. They want this national registration so they know who's a citizen and who's not a citizen. And, the left and the Muslims are really against that. And so Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are also against that. So you see anywhere that they're working in India, they're working with the Congress Party, they're working with the Muslims, they're working with the left in every single instance. So here we had one where, I don't know if you remembered, but when the Black Lives Matter was, and Antifa were rioting over somewhere, I forget, Wisconsin, they burned down an Indian American's car dealership. So here we see, Joe Biden saying Antifa is just an ideal. And meanwhile, there's Hindu American businesses on fire with Antifa spray painted on the side. And then this was the last one where we showed, because with Hunter Biden and all the dealings with the Communist Chinese Party, it's just Joe Biden saying, sorry, India, my son's business dealings are with the Communist Chinese Party, not India. So, yeah, that was that. I should stop broadcasting now, right? It's no longer broadcasting. Hello?
I'll switch it over. It just takes a second, but yeah, just
Yeah, those were
let me
pretty good.
know.
In fact, increased my understanding of events. I think Hillary Clinton was such a bigger name that just had been involved in international affairs for decades that your memes were better in 2016, but there was probably just more to work off of. But those were pretty good, and they were pretty like teaching of the current issues at hand.
Yeah, they were very Indian focused. A lot of it wouldn't be, obviously, a lot of it, your average American wouldn't know what it's talking about, but it was targeted at, Indian
But
Americans.
people don't understand issues, and even Indian Americans don't really understand these issues, and probably just the identity, even if everything you say is true, it's just she's still one of them. And I was thinking how name recognition, it even looked like the Biden cartoonist kind of made him look like Obama. Like it didn't look like a great Biden thing. I was looking at him like I think they gave him like Obama ears and Obama smile, and could be related because that's like Biden didn't really accomplish anything. He's never done anything. The crime bill or like foreign policy or anything that like he's just known for being Obama's number two. But you're probably right on the issues that they're not good for Hinduism. They're not going to be good for India. They're probably going to lean more towards China, as where Trump slightly leaned more towards India. But at the end of the day, Trump didn't materialize much on his India connection. He put a few people into the cabinet and relatively nice to Indians and Hindus, but generally just under the capitalistic model, like because pay to play. And at the end of the day, the Hindus didn't really buy into the pay to play system, and they I don't think they were that big into the Trump name. And I saw you posted a few things on Facebook, and you're saying like kind of left you out, but like politics is politics. Like they just want your money, and because that's the way politics works. It's, that's like the witnesses were right all along. Saying there's nothing there worthwhile that you're going to find out besides that everybody's corrupt and the system's corrupting. But there is a dharma. Like dharma is still a fact that we have obligations, and even with the country crumbling, I'm still going to try to live up to my dharma, and to some extent, I think my basic dharma wouldn't even change that much if like the government collapsed.
I agree. I was really disappointed in Trump. Trump did very little that was anti-India and Modi. The only thing that I think that he did that seemed anti was when he removed their favorable trade status or something like that, which was really weird. But I don't really feel as though he gave them the priority and respect that was in proportion to the amount that Hindu Americans and Indians supported him.
But they didn't. It's money. I'm saying like voting isn't the same thing as money. And at the end of the day, like Sheldon Adelson gave like $100 million, and a lot of other Jews, probably in some total of ultra Zionist Jews gave hundreds of millions of dollars to Trump, and Trump paid them back, and he's still paying them back. In terms of the Hindus, okay, they made a rally, they did a vote, but in terms of pocketbook and the donations, like no, I mean like the sum total of Hindu Americans, maybe $10 million to the Trump campaign. Saying that like there's probably at least 10 Jews who gave more to the Trump campaign than all of the Hindu Americans put together. So you're saying like, no, I mean, Trump was not expected to do, like, they knew it was like, they're from India. Like they know how the government works there. It's a pay to play system, and they didn't do it. And so Trump, it's like, whatever, like you're not going to pay, you're not going to be part of it. And what are you going to do? Fall under Biden and Harris? So it's kind of like a dual chicken game. And, God forbid if you're Hindu in America, you can't like, it's not a good situation. You're like between a rock and a hard place. And saying your average person doesn't really care that much. I mean, it's possible, but I would not expect like voter turnout. I mean, immigrant issue, if it was for Biden Harris, but I wouldn't expect that there would be overwhelmingly huge voter turnout for the Hindu Indian American community. And if it was, it'd probably be like the Jews that largely they came out for Biden Harris, largely due to being scared of racism and anti-immigrant sentiment. So, and it probably would have been more silent where you have, dark-skinned Hindus or Indians in America that would have silently voted for Biden Harris because they're scared of anti-immigrant, anti-dark skin sentiment rather than these issues affecting India that that are somewhat complicated, and I don't think your average Indian American Hindu really even understands these issues that well.
Wait, were you saying that the Indian American community didn't donate as much money as the Jewish community? Is that what you were saying?
Not even close. I'm saying that Shali Kumar gave like $5 million total. And besides for that, like, I mean, they gave money. I'm saying they may have given, I'm estimating about $10 million total. But I'm saying, like, no, the Jewish community gave hundreds of millions of dollars to the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
And saying, like, Shali Kumar, there's at least 10 Jews who gave more money than Shali Kumar.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a problem. I know that, working politically inside the Hindu community for a long time, they have trouble with fundraising. Um, I think, well, not always. It depends on what the cause is for, but um, it is an issue. They don't seem to be able to fundraise as much or as well as other groups. Um, and yeah, of course, it's going to be part of it, but I mean, well, there's more to things than just money. I think that there's a lot to gain from being friendly with India, and I think it just would have been smart, and I think it would have been good for him to get closer with India anyway. And with the vote, yeah, they do say that most, like 70% of Hindus, whatever, Indians voted for Trump, and 30% were for for 70% voted for Biden and 30% voted for Trump. But I mean, they still matter. When you saw in 2016, Trump actually courted them. He had a Hindus for Trump rally, and he made a commercial, and then his daughter-in-law went to a temple and his son went to a temple, because there's a lot of Hindus in key battleground counties in like Florida. And
And it was the principle. I'm saying Trump needed to win the first time, and the second time, like, he had different strategies to win, but it's like the principle of it, like, no, you guys got to pay up, and saying
well, then he
at the
might
end
pay
of
for
the
that.
day, I mean, like, the voting is important, and just saying, like, what are you really going to do? You're going to go to the Democratic Party, versus saying you're going to have your interest made, and they had to pay up, and it's one of two things. They either just don't have the money, saying like Robert Kraft and Sheldon Adelson, and long list of names of multimillionaire Jews who are interested in politics, to give Trump, extremely large sums of money, to say, there's really just Shali Kumar, and under him, I don't think there was a single, one that donated more than $1 million. Probably not even a single one that donated more than 100,000. Or if there were, just a handful that even donated in the hundreds of thousands, saying this is America. Like a few $100,000 only gets you 1 year membership in Mar-a-Lago. You want stuff done, you got to pay 9 figures, like $100 million minimum. And the Indian community, either they didn't want to do it that way, or they didn't have the money. And President Trump, like, just to some extent called their bluff and said, what are you going to do to the rising anti-immigrant sentiment, and increased xenophobia? Maybe next time around you'll pay the bill. So I mean, it's kind of like a Republican shakedown, and the Indians sat out, and now the Republicans could ratchet up the pressure, probably on anti-immigrant sentiment, and saying, like you will write us an extremely large check if you want us to ratchet down the anti-immigrant sentiment. And God forbid it's just kind of politics in America. Like, of course that's how it works.
Well, I don't know if you knew about this, but I think that Shali Kumar kind of made a mistake, where Shali Kumar was the one who held that Hindus for Trump rally in 2016. And this year he didn't. And he said it was because Trump didn't basically go the way they wanted him to go when it came to green cards and immigration and stuff. And I thought that was a really bad idea, to come forward and say, well, we don't like what you're doing with immigration, so we're not going to support you. Because, I mean, you're supposed to worry about the country, right? You're not necessarily supposed to be worrying about
Well, I'm
You
saying
know,
a quid pro pro, and I even told my like friends at the Hare Krishna temple, not like the gurus but some of the more politically minded ones about that, like immigration is you got to pay, like you got to collectively broker a deal with the Republicans and Trump, and it's going to cost you like hundreds of millions of dollars to get your visas, and they didn't want to do it that way, and it might be pretty bad. In fact, I could see economically um, the Hindu community in America. I mean, like certain pressures, visas. I mean, skilled labor, the different way people could survive and thrive, but to a certain extent, they had their chance to broker a deal with the Republicans, and Shali Kumar should have wrote in a check for $50 million, and he didn't. And at the end of the day, um, like him and hundreds of thousands of people are probably going to get sent back to India now.
well, maybe not now because Biden's coming in, right?
Well, they
So,
already did with COVID-19, so it's already the effect, but like the visas and the
oh,
various things. But it's saying like at the end of the day, hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people have been prevented from coming from India to America due to this kind of game of chicken between Trump and the Hindu community, where the Republican Hindus didn't really fall in line with the Republican agenda, and then Trump was just okay, you're out, and where are you going to go? You're going to go to Biden.
what I think that they were very loyal, very helpful, and he just didn't give anything in return. I think that they were very useful. I think that not only that, but they helped to soften his uh, appearance of having any kind of bigotry. Or well, look, he works so well with the Hindus. They love him. Trump must be good with immigrants. I
I mean,
think
for Trump, just not being anti-immigrant is him being nice. So he's saying for Trump, like in terms like okay, if, like the Jews or something like that, and saying for Trump, just not being anti-Semitic is enough. But he's saying like no, beyond that, we gave you hundreds of millions of dollars. You got to come through with our demands. But for the elections, just saying like like I'm a Jewish Republican, just that you don't call me out and reject me, that like God forbid, that should be enough. So like a Hindu American in the Republican Party, it just saying like like they're dark skinned, they're not Christian, just the fact that they're not being rejected, they should be thankful. God forbid. You're saying that's the pushback of why people are voting Biden and Harris, and he's saying you want more than just not being rejected. You got to pay big time. That's basically how it works in America with like clubs and pay to play system. So you could avoid the pay to play system, which generally Hindus and Indians in America have. They built up their wealth in their communities and their dominance in certain industries without accumulating too much political power. And I spoke, most of the Indians I spoke with just didn't think it'd be possible for the Indians to collectively organize around an issue like that, immigration, and the way that Jews collectively organize to get something done. And but at this point, like I mean, Trump's not anti-Indian or anti-Hindu, but like God forbid, like Doovid's a right-wing Jew, and if there's some wackos on the fringe that are harassing Doovid and anti-Semites and whatever, and like it's holding me down, and I'm telling like the mainstream guys like like I cut me some slack here, and there's like no, you got to pay. You want our help, you got to pay. And that's why I always stress the karma is money, and kind of the follow the money attitude on that. It's not surprising, and it'll probably be double edged if Kamala Harris does become president or something like that. Just like I've been watching these Hare Krishna streams, and like if you're an Indian American, Hindu American, raised in America, like first generation, and you're saying I'm just American as everybody else, and to some extent, like if you're a Hindu American, you don't want to look at yourself the same way that you might see Ilhan Omar, where like Ilhan Omar says I'm American as anybody else, and like so even Vince is like pushing back on that. but it's a slippery slope, like for Jews, where your average Hindu American say, like, well, if they don't think Ilhan Omar is, just as American as everyone else, they probably don't think I'm as American as everybody else too. Obviously, the racial and religious minority status. I mean, you don't see those as the major identity issues.
Well, yeah, yes, but the identity issues of Indians are very fractured and divided. I think that
I mean, the most important thing, so to say, facing Indians, besides for the Republican concern, like economic, entrepreneurial, is basically immigration. I mean, to the Republican Hindu coalition, most Indian groups that advocate for Indians and Hindus focus on two issues, kind of like the ADL, like immigration and anti-discrimination. And so from that issues, like if you're an Indian or Hindu in America and you're thinking like politics, what are the issues facing me? So if you're rich and you have a bunch of opinions about taxes or economics, maybe it's something different, or engineering, policy, but generally it's immigration and anti-discrimination. I mean, and it's not how you see it. I don't know if you want to come in on this. Doooovid is, so to say, a white body convert to Eastern religion, and we've discussed that many times. As like we all kind of follow Krishna here, but most of the people that I know who are devotees from Krishna in my area are from India, and the most pressing issues facing them are immigration and an anti-discrimination sentiment. Besides, all the other material tests that commonly face everybody, and as a Western-born, so to say, convert to Eastern religions, neither one of those issues of immigration or the anti-discrimination is really an issue at all to my advancement in Eastern, from serving Krishna or any of these things.
Well, I always ran in the much more right-wing political circles of Hinduism, and there the biggest things are being pro-Modi, being pro-Indian nationalism, being friendly to Hindutva, and being anti-Muslim. So that was always the center of the politics in the political Hinduism, the right-wing political Hinduism that I came out of. Yes, but their immigration took a backseat, and they were trying to ally with the Republicans, so they were not bringing up a lot of stuff about discrimination and stuff like that. They didn't really want to get into that. What they wanted to get into was anti-Islam and pro-Modi, pro-Indian nationalism, and pro-economic cooperation with India. So that's the other side of the coin.
Would you, I have a question. If you may, would you outline the contours of the political left inside of India? You've given a brief sketch of the Indian right. I'm curious if you could balance that perspective by just a brief summary or description of what you perceive to be the left inside India.
The left in India is very, 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 very annoying because they obviously, all the left in other countries are copying the left in the West, right? I mean, it all came out of the West. So the thing is that obviously we know that Islam invaded India,
That's
right?
Yeah, Islam did. So that bag you're eating, Doovid, is a leftist item. It's a vegan jerky thing you're eating. So in Islam they invaded. Yes, according around 1100, if I'm not correct, 1100 AD.
Brought from Amazon straight to Doovid. Haven't even left the house for weeks. And Amazon ships me this wonderful stuff I've never even heard of before.
Oh, that's awesome. So starting from the Muslim invasion, would that be 1100 BC or 1100 AD?
Seriously?
Or yeah.
AD.
AD?
The Mohammedan
Yeah.
religion came into existence after Christianity.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Of course. Yes. No, I am aware of that. Around 400, right? So it was 1100 AD. Right. Okay. Okay. And then what?
Well, the thing is that Islam came in, invaded, but what they left behind after invading and ruling over the Hindus was a numerical minority left behind in India.
Yeah.
So the left in India basically is like, well, Muslims are a numerical minority, so they're the minority, and the Hindu majority are persecuting the Muslim minority. That's their big thing. And then they also like to attack some of the more kind of traditional, or what we would not consider couth,
Yeah.
traditionalist culture, which I can understand, like, anti-woman culture, or whatever is going on that's abusive. I'm sure that there's some abuses that they're against, but they're really fucked up when it comes to Islam, because they see Muslims, just because they're a minority, that means that they're the persecuted ones, and so Muslims are victims and Hindus are villains.
They're the abject, so to speak, to put it in Lacanian terms, maybe.
What's Lacanian terms?
Lacanian, he was the person who took Freud's work, Freud's psychoanalysis, and developed a kind of grammar based on linguistic structures applied to Freudian analysis. But to put it in Lacanian terms, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Right. I mean, it's kind of the abject would be like Hitler created an abject, and Stalin created an abject, and that's kind of the psychological term for the other, the that person you can just blame loads of karma on. You can dump your karma on that scapegoat. And so I guess that's how.
I think scapegoat is the right term. So the Hindus are scapegoated.
Right. Oh well, the Muslims in this case would be.
No. That's your backwards, messed up thinking that an enlightened person would never use or believe that.
What? I think he was agreeing with us, Jen.
He's saying that the Muslims are oppressed in India?
No, he didn't say that. That's not what you're saying.
No, I think I'm open to both perspectives in balance.
But that was factually what you were saying. You were saying, based on whoever that person was, that the Muslims are being oppressed in India because they're the minority.
I'm not saying they are, because I don't know enough about them and their history, but I hope they're not.
But I think that's the context with this abject thing, right?
Everybody has an abject. I think
abject is the scapegoating of a group, right? That's the idea.
Yeah, it is. But everybody has their historical abject. Yeah. So it's whoever it could be. I don't know, for Christian, for the ancient Jewish population, they used to have a little scapegoat, and I think that's the origin. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, scapegoat is the famous Day of Judgment ritual that's karmatically based, that's prescribed.
Yeah, right.
By God, and it's a karmatic transfer that it's kind of, in theory, you're saying that, God forbid, the nation of the Jewish people, the whole world, has sinned so badly that from a pure judgment perspective, God could and should destroy the whole world. But God created this mechanism that is the precursor, the foreshadowing of Jesus Christ for the believers, and that is that the sin of the nation could be transferred to the goat, and the prayer is in the Kapporos that a lot of counter Semites where we wave a chicken over our head before Yom Kippur, it exactly says that is due to my sin, I deserve the punishment of death, but due to the mercy of the Creator, my sin is being transferred to this chicken, and I shall go on to a life of prosperity and happiness while this chicken goes to death.
I
And
see.
that's the actual mantra that is said. And it's similar actually to some of the Vedic mantras of animal sacrifice. And it's based on a dualistic karmatic understanding that there's a miraculous process of sacrificing this animal that causes some sort of mechanism for God to change the karmatic situation and forgive humanity collectively of our sins. And that's somewhat the concept of Jesus Christ. And there's also plenty of concepts like that in the Vedic scripture. But, you know, the terminology of a scapegoat in modern, it's just someone to blame. And you like the Holocaust, God forbid. 'Cause the scapegoat is implying not just someone to blame for your problems, but actually an atonement of sins and a forgiveness that you know. So in theory, God forbid, you know, one group blames the other group for the problems. You know, God forbid, genocides, gets rid of that group, teaches that group some sort of lesson, and then all the problems no longer exist. And because of that, you know, group is no longer causing these problems, which is not really the same concept of a scapegoat of you know, achieving atonement through a transfer. But I think that's, you know, a pretty common word. There might not, you know, karmatic concept of group conflict, and it's, you know, common issue. We talk about this, and obviously, you know, this panel of largely Westerners who, you know, so to say, converted to Hinduism or, you know, Buddhism, however you describe it, don't necessarily have the same concerns. Like I was talking with John Vance of, you know, the theory is a religion as a group ethnic strategy. So like a, you know, convert to Judaism who follows the religion, as opposed to, you know, there could be a Jew who doesn't follow the religion but is still part of this group ethnic strategy. And in that respect, you know, Islam or Hinduism don't represent our natural group ethnic strategy. So in a certain respect, when a Jew follows Judaism, it helps the Jews, and when a Hindu follows, you know, when an Indian follows Hinduism, it helps India. You know, when a Muslim practices Islam, it helps the Middle East. You know, so question: when a Westerner converts to Hinduism and follows Hinduism, it helps India, but did it help the West? And from a certain, like, an enlightenment perspective, it's like, yeah, of course, you know, it's going to be good for everybody. It's a form of enlightenment. But from a group strategy, it's like, you know, God forbid, we're traitors. We've abandoned the strategy of our ancestors and taken upon the strategy of a foreign nation, and presumably,
Right.
you know, so
Like you could say the strategy of the Enlightenment was a form of isolationism, and we're still reeling from the results of that Enlightenment ethic of hyper individualism.
Don't you think it's more Christianity that people are reeling from?
Yes, yes, I do. I do think that's more necessary to
multiple truth hypothesis. Like, obviously, there's going to be multiple factors that have a significant influence on, you know, world karma. But you probably could break down a list of the factors that have probably the most significant effect on the current state of karma.
Yeah, I think it's the Christian original sin is driving a large portion of the beliefs.
Yeah.
It drives the hatred of knowledge and disrespect of traditional teachers. And also the idolatry superstition thing.
Well, if you're a Nietzschean, your perspective, if you're a Nietzschean, would be that Christianity is just a smuggled form of Judaism. That's what Nietzsche would say. Is that
I don't think that's
Mhm.
really
What?
accurate.
What you don't?
I don't see that as accurate. I see it as a more of a Judaized form of paganism than a paganized form of Judaism. Like
Mm-hmm. I
every
see.
single holiday is pagan. So
Yeah.
the undercarriage or the engine is pagan, but the ritualism is Judaic.
Yes.
I guess you could
Yeah.
say.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. I would agree. Yeah. Yeah.
It becomes a group strategy at a certain point. Just like Hinduism to Buddhism. If Hinduism comes from the Indian subcontinent, but Buddhism is largely comes to fruition in China, the Sino Peninsula, that is Buddhism the ethnic strategy of Indians? And I mean, to some extent, well, it comes from Hinduism and their original ethnic strategy, but no, Buddhism is the strategy of the Chinese or different ethnicities or the people who follow it. But there is some karmatic source in what it comes from. So Christianity is not the group strategy of the Jews. It is adapted in the way, like, I mean, it's usually a one-to-one comparison.
It's part of it. It's part of it, but it's also the survival strategy of non-Jews. It's sort of like an institution unto itself.
Well, I'm saying the Catholic Church is not the group strategy of the Jews. It's the group
part of it.
strategy of Europe. No, I mean, it's
Part
not.
of it, but it's
It's
not
not
the
the
full
Jewish.
thing.
It's
Yeah,
not
it
the
is.
Jewish groups. It's not.
I'm
It's
afraid
it's,
it is.
No, I'm saying Judaism is the Jewish group strategy. Jews could have
What Jews
influence
do
in.
is Jewish group strategy. You said so yourself. And Jews did
Yeah, but I'm saying
Christianity.
Catholicism is not a Jewish group strategy. It could be Jewish influence group strategy, but it's the European group strategy. It's not a Jewish group strategy.
Right,
Yes, that was the Jewish group strategy over the last 200 years, or sorry, 2,000 years, was to get Europeans to be Christians.
Well, that's just
was
part
the
of the, that's just part of the strategy, because I mean, you could say
Okay,
the same strategy.
So it is part. That's what I said. It's part of it.
But the strategy of Christianity plays a role in creating new myths constantly. The
What
role
are
of
you smoking, dude?
No, I mean, Jennifer, you're missing the point. Saying that Christianity is not a strategy of Jews. Jews do not practice the strategy of Catholicism or Christianity, even though that it may be that Christianity and Catholicism is the group strategy of non-Jews, not Jews. Even though it may have been influenced, or it could be that it would have happened without Jews, in the same way that Buddhism is.
Well, who gets more benefits from Christianity, Jews or Christians? Because I would argue the former.
Yeah, but I mean that's
so then
say an irrelevant.
Again,
that's an irrelevant point. Who benefits from it?
Strategy, not the non-Jewish one.
Please
it is a
go to edX
of the survival instincts of people towards the survival of Jews. That's what it is.
Well, I mean, you need an organizing principle in group strategy. So if you want to analyze the cause and origins of group strategies, it's one of the things we like to talk about here. It's a very interesting issue, and even as identity, you're saying so. If you want to understand, like, I'm practicing Hinduism, and say, well, what kind of group strategy is that? Like, it's not a group strategy at all. Like, it's my religion. or you're saying, like, no, I mean, Krishna is factual karma. It's not a group strategy. There's, these mantras and these sound vibrations, and they work. If they originated from the Indian subcontinent, that's just peripheral knowledge to the fact that these sound vibrations are true and work by anybody from any background who use it. In the same way from Judaism, it's from the true perspective, you say it's it's these rituals and mantras that work, and so that's why you need the multiple truth hypothesis to analyze the various.
Given that's the case, do you think there's a different strategy or group strategy concerning the what's called the outer religions and the inner religions? In other words, do you think let me ask you, in respect to Judaism, in respect to the Jewish tradition, there is an esoteric. Let's say there's an exoteric and an esoteric core. So I'm curious if there is a different group strategy, or if there should be a different theoretical group strategy for Jews of different levels of realization of the law of the Torah. I'm curious. I'm curious. Do you think there are different group strategies for different levels of group identity, or if there's only one group identity and everyone has to fall under that?
There are within the group. So I was saying
Mhm.
there's meta multiple levels. Saying if it's going to be like a series of ordinary differential equations, there's going to be so many different factors at play at the same time, and inside, like if you're just going to group together Jewish group strategy, and like what does that mean? That means like the sum total of all the Jews in the world and the activity that Jews do to benefit the collective, plus in addition all the non-Jews that do things that benefit the Jews. So like if in a mathematical form you have a summation that saying that's the sum total of what we're calling Jewish group strategy. But then within the group of Jews, obviously you're going to have it being implemented at different levels. You're talking about cultural and Sanatana Dharma, and the four ashrams and the different roles that people play in life. So definitely all these things are happening at the same time. And you have a question like say group strategy, meaning like Christians, just the fact that their book starts with Moses, saying it's some, clearly has something to do with the Jewish group strategy. And it's okay, like, we could be Westerners and we're saying Krishna, and someone in India is like, okay, these Westerners are saying Krishna. And you say like, well, like, I'm not calling to you, I'm calling to God. I'm just using this name. And you say, but from a karmatic point of view, you're talking about the sum total of collective karma. So we're all individual people, and then there's groups and subgroups that have karmatic effects. And then when you talk about the sum total actions of those karmas, and working and knowing that there's conflicts within karma, because like me, all of us on the panel here definitely agree and disagree about many issues, but at the same time you could talk about the sum total of our karma, and like, if you're mathematically minded, and if it's going to be like an integral, and how you'd sum that up, if it cancel out the sum total of our karma where we agree and disagree, and then to analyze logically issues like Christianity or structures, saying it's a group strategy because just you chanting that mantra support structures, because there's millions, tens of millions of people that are organizing around the chanting of that same mantra or the fulfillment of that same ritual. And you're saying, oh, like there's, like, because Jews are celebrating Hanukkah all over the world. And we all know, like, Hanukkah has, kind of like a generic message that we understand. You say there's a Jewish group strategy because, presumably the Jews all over the world celebrating Hanukkah have, within a narrow interpretation window, a common understanding of what it means that we're celebrating Hanukkah, till you could derive that there's some sort of larger group strategy, let alone like statistics. And you're saying like, is Judaism what the books say, or is Judaism what Jews do? And then look at that for any group where, you say, the Vedas, what does it mean that your tradition originates, like I was talking with John, from other people? Do you come onto reincarnation? Is it a test by God? Did God purposely have us brought up in a tradition that we were expected to move away from? Is all humanity and as I mentioned when we played that Children of the World, interfaith was the precipice for me creating the multiple truth hypothesis, because it's saying it's near impossible to have these conversations without some sort of framework of a multiple truth hypothesis, because people make different axioms and they have different conclusions, and then you can't really have a conversation. It's like, oh, Christianity in Europe, the Catholic Church, who does it represent, the Europeans or the Jews? And there's going to be people who phrase and term and understand these things in different ways, and the conversation breaks down largely due to a lack of common definitions. And like if you do debate, like so we're all part of traditions where debate is supposed to be done. It's supposed to be done publicly in a sign of a guru. Like, oh, I follow a guru. How do you know you could follow this person? Is because this person does public debates. Because like this person will be appearing now and we'll be doing a public debate, and there will be a question and answer period. And generally, like in the Vedas, it has to be that way. Like if Vince or Jennifer or Devaya or Doovid has a guru, that it could be expected and known that eventually that person would speak in my area or a place that would be accessible and would wait around to answer questions, and even me would have a chance to ask the guru a question. And if that's not the case, then it's probably not a real guru.
Right. I'm sure maybe you're not aware of a specific man, Sri Ramakrishna of the Hindu faith, and a man very devout in his spiritual identification with God. This man lived within the 20th century, Sri Ramakrishna, or Paramahansa Ramakrishna, but he was a devout follower. He practiced the Muslim teachings to the very T, to the very most core of the spirit of the mystical tradition. And I think this person mastered the Jewish religion, the Christian religion, and he was a native-born Hindu. And so I think there is a reason. I think multiple truth hypothesis makes sense given the wide array of data from different saints throughout history, at different stages of sainthood. Some saints might be at a higher level or evolutionary development, or what you would call prophets, saints, mystic sages. I think these are all factors. So I think there is a common core. But as they say, ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, or as it's becoming more in vogue, the phylogeny of a species is recapitulated in the ontogeny of one's psychological process. And
I have no idea. I'm just going to stop you right there because I have no clue what you're talking about, and I doubt it.
I heard that in high school. I remember. I mean, it's a concept of. I mean, it's ironic the only woman on the panel doesn't know what it means because it has to do with fetuses and giving birth, and the concept is when the egg goes to the process of a fetus, that it will not only do the stages of like a fetus, it will also do the stages of the evolutionary trail that led to the animal that it is.
Right.
What does that have to do with literally anything that we're talking about right now?
Well, I think he's talking like a karmatic imprint, like the sum total of karma from this life and all previous lives, that when a person gives birth, that I mean, it's debated within science how exactly what's happening, but most scientists like evolutionary medicine agree that the fetus in the state to growing to the human goes through the forms of the major evolutionary links that led to being humans. And
that still doesn't establish the relevance of that theory to the conversation.
Because it's a karmatic imprint. You're saying the karmatic imprint of the past lives includes the karmatic imprint from evolutionary perspective of even all of the. I mean, I don't know. Was that why you were bringing it up? I mean, I like the concept. It reminded me in high school. I even remember the first time I heard the term because I was also like Jennifer. It's like the person who said it thought they were so cool and smart, and you had to look it up and be like, wow,
It doesn't sound like me at all.
Yeah.
I have no idea, no clue what you said. Devaya, no clue.
This is a concept that has been rediscovered to a degree
I think you really need to focus on learning on to do concise communication, because you'll talk for like minutes and I'll have no clue what you're saying. And each
Okay.
explanation seems to
You
get
gotta build up your own following before you ramble.
you're invoking words that I've never heard of sequentially, and they're building up, and it's kind of like the show Lost. At some point, it's like there's no conclusion to this because nothing makes sense.
Well, I mean, your family, your own followers, your own, people within your cult, so to say, forgiving when a person's just talking, but like you're not talking to your own followers. You're in a different environment. You're usually more precise and directed and careful in the transference of information. You're making it clear to people. You're transparent what your intentions are, what you're trying to explain, and then you eventually build up your own audience and you just ramble, and people are like, oh, like, did you hear his ramble? It was so brilliant. But you got to build that up.
I'm simply asking what I view to be rather important questions.
That we still don't know what they are or what your point is. Like you said all these words, and I don't even know what what they're referencing, let alone what they mean. Like, what is the point of what you're saying right now? That
might not have a point.
There's a shared unity.
It could just be thought association, saying
religious idea. Is that what you're asserting?
Well, he's younger here and saying like he's not expected to have a well thought out, consistent, coherent worldview, and saying like relatively that's part of Week in Review. One thing is for people to recognize that my worldview is not well thought out, consistent, and coherent, and to say that's not an insult. It's a understanding of how difficult the task is. And we talked about Gödel's incompleteness theorem countless times, and so this purpose of the conversation is if a person doesn't have a consistent, coherent, well thought out worldview, when they converse and convey information, it could become lost what the purpose of, what was the purpose of this conversation. So it's like you're in the room, we had Vince, and Vince is just telling what he's up to. And it's like, well, why do we care? It's like, okay, like, because we're friends, because we're, all people who have some semi interests in the same topics, but at the end of the day, like, maybe or maybe not, we have consistent current worldviews, and even if we do, they're largely conflicting. So okay, multiple truth hypothesis, that people who have largely consistent coherent worldviews but are conflicting make for interesting streaming conversations and teaching moments.
Well, there's no such thing really, because you can only be ultra coherent on the correct worldview. Anything else ends up in a drivelly pile of crap that has no unifying thread. It makes no real sense. So,
but what is the correct view to adopt in this day and this age?
To what end, right?
That is always the question. To what end?
This age of Kali Yuga, chanting the holy names, it is the only way. It is the only way. It is the only way. Chant the names of the Lord, because so if there's an agreement on the Yuga, if we say that quarrel and hypocrisy, as laid out by Scripture and the sages, is immense, that theoretically in previous generations people like us could have got together and accomplished great things, but in the current Yuga, that the nature of quarrel and hypocrisy is so great that, so to say, even great souls can't really combine our efforts to accomplish something, because quarrel and hypocrisy will sneak its place in everywhere. And, we could chant mantras or try our best to subdue the force of quarrel and hypocrisy. But generally from the, a certain section of sages saying like, no, unfortunately, it's preordained. It's a result of past karma, and it can't really be changed. Quarrel and hypocrisy will not wane.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's wishful thinking.
I take the view of evolution, broadly speaking.
But you just earlier said that saints were evolved, which contradicts literally science. You're making a claim that you can't possibly back up.
That's not a contradiction of science.
If you look at the body of a saint versus a non-saint, they're
I'm gonna take 5.
Humans.
You guys good?
Yeah, go ahead. They're both humans. So, all the scientists listening, they just discarded your opinion.
Well, you have to ask how developed are most scientists on average?
That is not the point. The point is whether you can prove scientifically that evolution's taken place, and you can't. So you're misrepresenting the whole thing, and you're making the tradition look stupid and unscientific.
That's not true. Just
Yes,
simply
it is
because
true.
you're using a narrow selection.
Recognize my authority to speak on these subjects.
But you have
Illustrate
no
your
authority
ignorance.
to speak on anthropology or history, do you?
I
mean,
whatever authority I can assert and maintain is what I have.
not without colonizing these various
What are you
domains.
talking about
claim to have-
colonizing? What the fuck does colonizing? What? Why you got to invoke these buzzwords? Do you even know
Well-
what colonizing means? It means like a petri dish. You put your thumb in a petri dish and then it
You
colonizes.
colonize your mind, dude.
Yeah, bro.
Exactly. It's like,
Yeah.
who do you think you're talking to here, dude?
Yeah, bro. Well, listen. We're let's colonize certain things. But let's
No. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. You've lost me with the colonizing things. I'm just stating facts. And you're denying them. And I'm saying if you really want what you claim, which is to be seen as a great sage, you need to stop speaking such atrociously foolish things, such as every religion is pretty much the same. And, I've already achieved enlightenment and all these other crazy things you can't back up. Like evolution is changing saints from
Enlightenment
it's
is
like
a
that's not true scientifically
enlightenment
speaking.
is a journey. Enlightenment is a journey without a time and without a final
Again,
end.
you have no authority to speak on enlightenment.
Of course I do.
It's delusional to think you have authority to speak on enlightenment. Who bestowed this authority to you?
What do you? I don't operate on revelation. I don't believe in.
You're going against the very spirit of the tradition, and you're saying, "Well, yeah, I totally go along with this tradition." It's like, no, you pick and choose what you think sounds good, and you throw away the central tenets.
I do not.
This is why Hinduism shouldn't be promoted in the West, is because people want to be a cult leader. They don't want to accept that the guru tradition is embedded in as the backbone of the tradition. The revelatory nature and Guru Shishya tradition are cornerstones of that tradition. You don't get to say, "Well, I'm going to be in this religion, but I don't actually espouse the axioms." No, you're just a poser.
Guru Shisha is fine, but there's also
you still think you get an opinion, but you don't because you can't substantiate any of your claims. That's why I'm saying if you want people to take your word seriously, you have to be able to back up every single claim you make.
Go meditate. Wait, I can tell you what I recommend is to meditate until
you haven't established your authority. You can only give dispensations of advice once your authority's been established. Step 1, establish authority. You haven't done that. I already know you're not serious just by the mere fact of not caring to establish your authority in my or Doovid's eyes.
What establishes authority is proper
not up to you. That's the whole point, is what establishes authority is not up to you. You have to see when people accept it, and maybe it takes 5 demonstrations, maybe it takes 10 or 20. But
it really takes inner transformation. It doesn't take a demonstration. This is
so you're putting a really low standard, and you're saying, well, nobody respects my incredibly low standard. It's like, like the world doesn't work that way.
Extremely high standard of you must actually be willing to engage in the disciplines that I set forth.
So you think that now you get to come in and set the standard? Like,
no,
could that, like, I can't fathom a higher level of arrogance than that.
As a Buddhist, I would love everyone to meditate all the time. This is just how I would love if everybody was always meditating and in a state of conscious samadhi.
That's a complete non sequitur.
Absolutely not. If everybody is in a state of samadhi, that's going to have a demonstrable difference in culture and the history.
And you have no path to samadhi. In fact,
really?
You are actually hurting people from seeking the path because you're making the samadhi goal look like an unserious thing.
Is the sage serious? How serious is the sage?
You're not a sage. You want to LARP as a sage, so you think you can just pick and choose anecdotes from books and recite them, and then that somehow makes you a sage. It's like,
I'm not saying I'm a sage. I'm saying, there's a scale of attainment
Only a
that in
sage would
in
make
it,
would
sage
make
sword.
those types of authoritative declarations. Okay, if you're making an authoritative declaration, you think you're a sage. This is part of the delusion of the Occidental people, is this thinking that you have perfect
I'm
wisdom
not a
because
Occidental people. I'm not the Occident. I first and
yeah, you
foremost.
have an Occidental way of thinking. You think that everything exists for like a buffet for you to go and pick and choose things from, and then say, "Hey guys, this is how it is." You didn't think, "Am I actually estimating my own capacity accurately? Is this realistic to do this? Has anyone else succeeded? What can I learn from what other people have done?" You haven't done any of that stuff.
Sure, I have. How would you know? I mean, if you're not
Because
inquisitive,
if you had, you would have been trying to establish your authority off the bat. I'm serious. Every time
but
I
I'm not
meet
a.
you, I try to
I'm not a
establish my
Hindu.
authority.
I'm
That's
not
how
a
I know.
Hindu. Yeah.
Yeah, so you didn't try to establish your authority, ergo, I know you're not serious. Because I know what it takes to be a sage.
It doesn't take authority, or
Yeah,
it
it does.
I'm willing to become an authority, but or take
No,
that
you're
role.
not. Who would ever accept you? Look at your reputation now.
My student. If I had a student, what's wrong?
No, I'm talking about a teacher. You're not fit to teach.
Absolutely, I am.
Absolutely, you're delusional to think that, and I hope you have a good long think about what you've said on the stream today to realize, holy shit, I'm delusional.
Do you hate Buddhism? I mean, do you
Oh
hate
my
the Dalai
god,
Lama?
he's turned to the he's playing a victim, guys. Check it out.
I'm saying, what do you hate
What's
about
next?
Buddhism?
He's gonna call me a Buddhaphobe. Wait for it, audience. Wait for it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Now you're playing Sigmund Freud with me. This is a sign of mental illness. When you start digging around in my head for my thought process, you've gone full art-hard. Capiche?
Capiche. I'm just saying we have to be more critical
Oh,
of
do
evidence.
we? You are not
Yeah.
in a position to say what we ought to do. That's my
We
whole
ought
point.
We ought to be more critical.
You
of
ought to
leaders.
be more humble. Period.
I am humble.
You are
I am
not, because
critical of
you are saying you're making categorical imperatives. You're saying we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do this. No, you have to remove that completely from your vocabulary. You don't have any right to use words like that. The first step is establishing that anyone should give a shit what you say, not coming in and assuming everybody already accepts your authority and you can just start telling people what to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a big difference and a gulf between what is the case and what ought to be the case.
Right, and you're not fit to say what ought to be the case. You should be in the learner mode, but for some reason you're already in the teacher mode.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that very frustrating. And
what mode versus what mode?
You're in the teacher mode, whereas you should be in the student mode.
I'm always in the student mode, you know.
That's why you're coming in and telling people what to do, because you're in the student mode?
All teachers are students, and all students likewise have teachers.
Tripe. This is completely tautological drivel and has no information content.
He who serves also seeks to be of service.
Service-oriented attitude. You're saying we should serve you. No. You perfect your service attitude first. Then we'll talk about imposing your standards on other people. You've got the cart before the horse. You're just like Super Librix. Oh my God, I had a vision. Now I'm a fucking sage. I'm a saint. Adi Shankaracharya. What do you think acharya means? It means
I haven't had one vision. I've had sustained visions over a period of years.
Sure you have.
I have.
If you had what you claim to have, you would hold your tongue. You'd not speak filth. You have babbled and rambled so many oughts. You would not have asserted a single ought if you were enlightened.
Oh my!
Every
so now
ought is predicated on an if. That's a basic thing. If you want this, then you ought to do that. Are there really any universal imperative oughts?
Absolutely.
Oh, sure. Prove that. You can, and certainly not to any acceptable standard.
Of course, evolution.
I don't think you can, because if you had, you would have already shown me your proof, which you haven't.
The proof is evolution and the impulse of eros, the impulse of the metaphysical spirit or the post-metaphysical identity.
Hey,
of
guys listening, this is what you sound like when you try to give me advice. When you try to tell me what to do in those internet chats, this is how dumb you look. Okay,
Whoa.
that is you are under mind control. If you feel the urge to tell me what to do, that is you being mentally unwell. You've got a demon on your shoulder. You got to learn to ignore the demon. Okay, the demon's saying,
No,
tell Jen what
there's
to do.
nothing wrong with.
Tell Jen what to
It's
do.
just that
You got to be like, Mr. Demon, you do not control me. Hey,
no.
get out, Mr. Demon.
There's a difference between Eros and Thanatos in Greek mythology. I don't think you're taking into account the historical. I really I think you're overplaying your hand in
Oh,
in the
I'm overplaying my hand. Is that right?
absolutely.
Well,
Yes.
one of us can back up their statements with a pile of evidence. The other one can't. One of us is telling the other that they can't back up their statements. Or
I've
actually,
never
we're both making that claim, but only one of us is right.
Well, what do you discern as admissible evidence? You tell me what is admissible spiritual evidence for you? What do
For
you
what
consider
claim? Depends
the
on the claim.
the claim
I mean,
of partial
people tell me
enlightenment?
stuff all the time that's not
Claim of
true, but they're
partial
not lying.
Sure, but I want to say I want to ask you what is a valid criteria for
Criterion.
partial or total enlightenment?
That would be a very long conversation.
You're
But
not
there's
willing to discuss your
there's
actual
essentially
criteria.
two layers. There's essentially two modalities. And one is the laity who cares about sense gratification, ego gratification, and the rat race. That's the laity. And then you have the seekers, who are
Mhm.
people who care more about objective reality than anything else.
Yeah.
That's
And
your
then there are the
basic
Brahmins.
distinction. And then
And
once
then
you
there are
start in the seekers, you have two types of seekers. You have the people who are in the self-learning phase and people who have submitted to the tradition of needing a master to initiate them. So the people who are in the former category are also rats in a maze, but they need to go through that maze because going through the maze, like you could think of it as like digging a hole that eventually has a lake in it, right? You dig a hole and then water comes in, and then there's a lake. You need to dig the hole to get the lake, and you need the lake to do some other stuff with later on, right? So the frustrating going in circles. The point is that one does need to do a significant amount of self study before it makes sense to seek out a guru, because by the time you seek out a guru, you need to be able to tell if they're going to be any good. So that's another distinction. So I guess you could say you have three major distinctions, and I would say that without a guru, your shot at enlightenment is 0, unless you're born enlightened, like Sri Dattatreya. And then from there you can from there you can start to get better, but you have to build up the virtue of, like, intellectual virtues must be built up before one can go into the domain of enlightenment. So that's how basically I can tell you do not have enough intellectual virtue to be enlightened. It's obvious, because you'd be able to speak quickly and clearly like I can.
Well, intellectual virtue is completely different than spiritual virtue.
Yeah, again, you don't have the authority to make that assertion. You keep making assertion after assertion after assertion. And I'm saying the fact that you're making these assertions is evidence that you're not enlightened, dude.
You're talking about Aristotle.
Don't tell me what I'm talking about. I still haven't even answered your effing question yet, okay? So to answer your effing question,
I can sum it up.
Get on the path to enlightenment, you need to first get a bunch of virtues, okay? Which include intellectual virtues, but are not limited to intellectual virtues. I'm not going to give the whole list of virtues right now, but you need to get those. Then you can get initiation from a guru. Then you can start to actually, because what the initiation does is like reformatting of the software of the quantum computer. It is the most foundational sort of change that can be applied to your soul. And what that does is put you in harmony with the guru frequency, or whatever, however you want to say it.
The Samaya.
It's basically it's establishing a link between the guru's mind and the student's mind. And then the guru pumps, let me finish. Mm-hmm. You're not going to fucking lecture me on this and teach me anything. So just let go of that asinine idea. Okay. So the guru basically pumps their enlightenment into the student, and the student, it's kind of like learning a bike, right? You kind of have to learn to be enlightened and what that consciousness feels like, because it's a change in the very software of thinking. Not evolution, right? But it is a change to things like frequency and other things. So that's how it works. And then eventually, once you get enough momentum in the eigenstate of enlightenment, you transition to full-time enlightenment. And that's how it works.
The eigenstate of enlightenment. That's it. Just
Right.
frequencies and stuff and eigenstate.
So to think that you could enlighten yourself it's self-delusional belief. It goes
Well,
against.
to think that eigenvalues somehow correlate to the ultimate
You are
bliss
not
state.
fit to make that assertion. Again, you've established it's like you want to go against what I'm saying. It's like you sound like a 13-year-old who's triggered and mad. It's like I get better pushback from my 13-year-old students.
I'm just saying there are valid if your tradition accepts those criteria of frequencies and eigenvalues, that's fine. But I don't think that accords
Well,
with
does
the
that
Hindu
sound
tradition.
reasonable that a tradition from an ancient tradition would accept something like eigenvalues that was invented in the last 300 years? Like, does that make sense that they would be like, yeah,
An
we're
integral
talking about eigenvalues?
Well, an integral tradition might, but not a Hindu tradition of antiquity. But rather a more up-to-date version of that religion, that core dharma. So I don't see any problem with synthesizing
Of course you
eigenvalues.
don't. You've already
And-
given yourself moral license to do whatever feels good. You don't give a shit about the actual tradition that is the only reason humans can become enlightened in the first place. You don't care about that.
I'm a moral
You
absolutist.
want to put
first
in the
of all.
work. Really what it is it's completely alien concept that you would bow before a guru and beg for teachings. Because you're just
it's
too
not.
degenerate to see that as a valid thing to do.
Beg for teachings.
Beg the guru. Oh my
Beg for teachings.
Beg the guru for teachings. Wow. Yes, we need a more rigorous framework for verifying.
No, you
our
need more
guru.
humility. You always want to make these assertions, these statements of fact. It's like, why are you wielding these dangerous words? Be humble.
Okay.
Don't make an assertion you can't back up. And right now, young man, you cannot back up too many assertions. It's a
Well,
considerable undertaking to be able to back up an assertion. You think that I effed around for years and effed with people online? No, I was studying this stuff for years, but like when I went on Doooovid, I'd already spent years studying
I've
this stuff.
meditated
I
for
wouldn't
over
have
5
wasted
years.
this time to talk about reincarnation if I didn't have a very good grasp of how it worked already.
Yeah, I've read over 30 Buddhist books.
Reading doesn't actually account to a heap of beans in the oral tradition. Like I don't know how many times I have to repeat that, but reading all the books is actually a strike against you. It means you don't have
I would say reading is
realize that
probably the
reading is a
single
waste of
most
time.
important thing.
I
I disagree on that. It's
I do
I mean,
agree.
obviously there's more to it than just reading, but you want to be a guru, spiritually enlightened. You have to know a lot of stuff, and the best way to ascertain information is by reading. And no, I mean 30 books is not impressive. I'm sorry, but but it's something. And saying like you're on the right start.
Countless lectures, yeah, and countless material. I really don't know that the time spent internally is the most important. In the heart is the most important. But having that correlative, data bank in one's head of one's tradition, 30 books, that really helps one. And I don't discriminate against the Hindu Dharma at all. I think it's such a beautiful piece of knowledge and wisdom. And it contains the
But
heart
you
of all
reject the
perennial
Guru
branches.
tradition and its revelatory Vedas. Just the backbone. You just piss all over the backbone, but you still respect it. So really, your words mean nothing?
We can't accept the Vedic Shruti or Smriti in today's postmodern age. That's just the
Well,
fact.
why not? You don't have another source of authority.
I don't have another source of authority than the Vedas, is what you're saying? How are
I'm
we
not
supposed
aware
to
of any system that has the capacity to engender that much faith. No, I know some systems try, but no, they can't get
Can I
to
do
the
a
same
screen
level
share
of
here?
faith.
Sure, yes.
Jennifer, can you do a screen share here?
Okay.
You're already the only one displayed. So if you want to screen share, it should come up.
Okay, yeah, because now we got Brett here, and I want to advance this chunking theory, and I think it's important for these conversations to understand how there's advancement made, because there's substantial work into how thought is made and processed mostly through chess. I mean, there's a lot of studies and a whole bunch of things, but chess studies are one of the most well studied and documented processes that have been studied by scientists and through all of the best known methods. So generally, in a like a position like this, there's an overall grasp of the position, but to win you have to make a move. So in each situation you could have a grasp of the overall position, but then you have to pick a move, and usually they refer to this as like a candidate move, and here there's an increment, so each time the person gets 1 second left, but King's Crusher here is just easily won with the extra 2 pawns and the queen. But in the terms of thought, instantaneously a person could have a grasp of the situation. So this is the top board, that board 1. So just looking at the board based on a person's skill level, they will have an overall assessment evaluation of the position. Is white better? Is black better? What are the different dynamics? What are the the material balance? How safe is the king? What weaknesses are there to play for? And various elements, like the bishop could be taken, but because the rook was on pre and it's only defended because of the pin. These complicated things that sort of say a better chess player sees more of quickly, but there's something else called depth. So we just saw a new position, and based on a person's skill level, they'll grasp a certain amount. And so in this position, one of the players is thinking, and he's probably looking like, should I do this? If I do this, maybe he does this and he does this. And generally, the experts who study the mind think that the chess player will go through an analysis tree of multiple variations. And this is really how AlphaZero does it also with the Monte Carlo simulation method. And so the people who are claiming that thought works like this are really transferring it over from the computer. But a person has an increased meta depth of understanding each time they go over something, with a certain amount of what's called mental labor. So the first time you looked at something, oh, should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do that? And then you maybe just a cursory glance of what the person, how good is the move. And then after analyzing a few moves, then going back to the better options, and the second time around having a deeper understanding. So that's the purpose of debate, discord, intellectual activity at any level. The person, like we can review, like, are we making progress? And saying yeah, do we understand these issues and topics at a greater depth? And so now the pawn will queen, it's unstoppable, the game is over. So just a quick screen share. Doooovid is was a chess player as a kid, but just to look at these, chess is really a Vedic game, and was meant to teach thought processes. You're saying it's just a game relatively, but the understanding about how thought and process analysis work, it is most parallel to debate and rhetoric and the acquisition of deeper knowledge. And so we've been doing Week in Review 2 years. So it's like you're a chess player, like, oh, I play the King's Gambit, the Queen's Gambit, the Sicilian, so on and so on. So we have these topics in these variations, and we've been talking hundreds of hours. So we've done in-depth analysis in multiple variations, and each time we return to it, we increased our depth of understanding. And that's how the AlphaZero algorithm works, and is producing the results. And that is the best estimation of the mechanical solution to the solved problem of consciousness that would be a similar type algorithm to AlphaZero for how we go about acquiring expertise and better understanding. And I used to advise people, just friends, general life advice, and I'd use the chess comparison. But it's saying, why do I do what I do? Like we were discussing on Year in Review, what is the best correct behavior? And sometimes it's very difficult to understand what correct behavior is. And it could be analyzed kind of like a chess position, because what is correct behavior? It's like, well, I got like 10 major possibilities of the behaviors I could do. And based on those behaviors, there might be a reaction to that. Like, chess is a teacher of action, reaction, karma, that if I choose this course of behavior, that will cause this karmatic, these series of possible karmatic reactions. And then, go back to being my move, and I'll be able to respond to the karmatic reaction that my first action caused. And, chess is meant to be taught to kids to teach people how to think about karma and decision making, to get through life. And but saying chess is okay, it's a nice kids game to teach kids the laws of karma, but there's also increasing infinite depth to it. That if you played the King's Gambit when you were a kid, as an old man, you could still be finding new, exciting ideas within the King's Gambit. And so if you discuss the Bhagavad Gita chapter 1 or chapter 2, or verse 1 or verse 2, or the Torah or the Talmud, or any of these wisdoms, is that there's infinite depth in all of these wisdoms, and a person could dedicate lifetimes and lifetimes and lifetimes to any one of these things and still be acquiring accumulated depth of understanding. And with that meta level, just the meta level of Divya is new here to streaming, is that thinking about the personality that you want to be. Are you still here, Vince?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I don't know if because you're here on Week in Review, and minus kind of like the politics and what we think about these various issues. You want to talk about the creation of a streaming personality, or you're saying that for a period you were streaming and you were on other people's shows and Adam Green and True News, and then like you're not streaming, and saying because you're more a guy of message, you're not like a streamer who's like you'll be doing sports if what you're talking about is not working out. You're a guy with a message who's only using streaming as another venue to get your message out. But you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I guess I'm not really a streaming personality myself. I more go on other people's streams. I mean, I don't stream, but I make videos on my account, like, about the Noahide laws and stuff like that. I make individual videos about different topics. I'll do that, but...
Did they leave you out? You're saying like the Hindus for Trump did that and just decided not to include you, or they weren't even together to be like doing like mass Zoom calls to even include you? Or you were doing that? You were on Zoom calls and
I
stuff.
was in Zoom calls, and, I ran the WhatsApp group.
But it didn't come to like streaming, or like no one asked to interview you.
No, they did. I was interviewed. It wasn't published, but no, there was no YouTube streaming or anything like that. I did go on a show, actually. I don't know if it was a YouTube screen. I get invited on other people's shows.
Yeah, so I mean, you're not trying to be like set yourself up to be like an e-guru or like whatever that means. You just have like ideas and points that you want to bring out to the general public, and are using whatever venues possible to do that.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, but you do enjoy like a chill stream to just talk about like Hinduism, like without like trying to make like a preaching political point, like you're trying to win someone over on one of these issues that like
Sure. Sure.
But you're not so like philosophical in your Hinduism to enjoy these
No, I do. Well,
disputations like about the nature of truth or reality. Because like to me, most Hindus, not most, but like a significant portion, that's a small amount, could be like 1 in 10. But meaning like any Hindu temple I go to, I will find people that are deeply interested in Buddhism and Jewish temples also, but are like you could just strike up a conversation about epistemology, about metaphysics, about spiritual topics, and that's why it's temple. Saying there's the political stuff or whatever, but in the actual ritual and the worship. But the nature of the Hinduism is that someone who takes it seriously usually you could speak intelligently and is interested in these metaphysical conversations.
yeah, I tend to be more simple in why I'm attracted to Hinduism. I'm not really all that interested in debating things that I think ultimately we cannot prove, or I do like some of the points that come out of those debates, but I'm just more into like the main points. I like, I when I look at something, I kind of take it and I take all the bullet points out of it, and I'll say, well, this is what I like about it, or this is what I believe, or this is what it is, the structure of it. But when it comes to like, debating, esoteric, it depends on how esoteric it is. I can debate esoteric things, but I'm actually probably not all that schooled in epistemology or anything like that, or psychology or any of those types of things. So it's not my bent of mind.
Well, that was about the point of the chess and the expertise, that by having these disputation conversations, debates, a person develops depth of understanding. So each time you do this, in some way that increases the depth of understanding. So that's why it was religiously designed into the religion. And he was saying chess is a game that's mentioned in the Vedas, in that nature. But we're saying like, yes, it's a good thing to sit around and debate about these complicated issues, because at the end of the day, you're right, we never do have answers, but there is a depth of understanding, and there's a difference between a person who's studied and thought and meditated on these and one that doesn't, even though both at the end of the day don't have answers.
Yeah, I mean, well, for what I'm trying to accomplish in this life, I think I'm trying to accomplish or my road is a little bit different. I think that I'm more on the political side of Hinduism. I do like the philosophy of Hinduism. I like the key concepts. And I think that I'm just kind of not, well, like what is it? The four roots to enlightenment. There's what is it? Yan? How do you say knowledge?
Jhana,
Jhana, and then there's yoga,
karma,
right? Bhakti, and then the last one is what?
Jhana, karma, and the three.
Well, anyway, jhana is, I'm probably more like,
Well, it's an embarrassment because it's like the Bhagavad Gita is 18 chapters, and it's divided into 666 in the topics, where the first 6 chapters are on, I think, jhana yoga, and the middle 6 on bhakti yoga, and the last 6 on another, or maybe have the reverse. For some reason, I'm sorry, it's slipping my mind. It's an embarrassment. I haven't been studying Bhagavad Gita much, because of lockdown. I've gotten out of my daily study of Bhagavad Gita or sacred Vedic text, because unfortunately association is important, and minus the regular association I had of people studying those texts, I haven't been studying those texts, and I can't remember the 3 main types of yoga offhand. What an embarrassment.
So no, but I mean, I enjoy listening. I enjoy listening to you or what you've been saying and what you've been going back and forth about.
Oh, karma. I mean, karma, jhana, bhakti, and then there's raja. So there's karma yoga, which is the first 6 chapters of Bhakti of Bhagavad Gita. Just talks about the nature of karma and reincarnation, the origin of the soul. And then there's Bhakti Yoga, which is the love of God and just the attachment to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And there's Jnana Yoga, which is the knowledge and your nature and understanding of how things actually operate. So karma, action, reaction, bhakti, love, and jhana, knowledge.
Yes. Yeah. No, I mean, it's the same thing. Like, I've never really gotten much into meditation either. Well, I'm getting into more of it a little bit now lately, but I know the nuts and bolts of Hinduism, and I know why I am a Hindu, and we can sit and have these. I could definitely go a lot deeper into speculation, or what I would consider to be speculation, but I don't do that.
But I mean, you enjoy the ritual. It's kind of like Kabbalah, where it's like, okay, a Jew, you're saying, I want to be a Jew and I want to do my rituals, but I also want to believe in the dualistic Kabbalistic system that things are going to work out good for me in the super, the other realms, because these rituals actually work. And even though it can't be seen or necessarily felt in the material realm, that somehow these rituals or these mantras that we do work. So from a Hindu perspective, you could just like culturally or enjoy the ritual, enjoy the affiliation. But there's always going to be the levels like, okay, I'm doing the ritual. What's the idea behind the ritual? And if you go to a temple, presumably there's might be like a little speech or someone's going to mention the ritual and the meaning behind the ritual. And that's why I said when I came up with multiple truth hypothesis, are you going to honestly consider that there's truth behind these rituals? So you're just like modern Orthodox Judaism, like Hindus are pretty educated, rationally scientific minded, and your average Hindu, if they're pushed on it, is like, yeah, science is true and Hinduism is true. They're both true. Yeah, there might be a few conflicts here and there, but like, smart minds could work those out and largely push forward. Just with the easiest way to resolve the dissonance is just like they're both true. And then from a practicing level, to the exertion is the reward. That how the material and spiritual realms operate is largely the benefit of doing the work. So like, Bhakti Yoga, Vince, loves Krishna, he will get the same result even if he doesn't do jhana and karma yoga. It means he doesn't understand Krishna or how action reaction in the laws of the material realm operate. That the main thing is bhakti yoga, love of God, and all of the important aspects of the person's material journey and their soul in the material realm can be resolved purely from bhakti yoga, love of God. But there is karma yoga and jhana yoga. And so theoretically, you're saying like, no, the answers are there. And just like if you're a Jew or something, it's like there's Kabbalah, the answers are there. And we believe the answers are in Kabbalah. So if you're a Hindu, There's a lot to say. The answers are there. Any Hindu knows that there's shelves and shelves and shelves of books explaining like why these rituals actually work. And like very powerful mantra. Anyone, like Vince was saying, like all of his friends are trying to get him to chant a different mantra, because it works, because they think it works, because they think they're doing something useful by getting people to chant these mantras. But at the same time, have to live in the modern realm and limit the dissonance to the best of our ability.
I think that, well, to answer your question, do I believe that these rituals are real? I think that there's probably an aspect to them that might be viewed scientifically, but I think that I kind of go in and out of believing it. I mean, I believe it's real, I believe it, and I don't believe it at the same time. Sometimes I believe it, but I question it, whether it's real or not. Of course, I allow myself to doubt.
I mean, it's kind of like Judaism in a certain way. It's designed that way where you could do the rituals even if you don't believe it, as a cultural thing, just to see your buddies and to get some good prasad and chant some music, bang on the mridanga. But you could also believe and be like no, I chanted that mantra with extreme intention, and like I believe it changed the karmatic realms, and now karma will be changed, or surrender to a guru that you're gonna let the most important decisions in your life turn it over to a guru, or even associations where you get more into, so to say, the temple cult, where you limit your association largely to only people within the temple cult. And all of these things always have multiple levels of interpretation, where you could interpret it many ways on a true spiritual dualistic level, where there's multiple dualistic explanations of how there's some sort of interaction in the ritual between the spiritual and material realms. There's not just one, there's multiple of those explanations. And they say that reality, there is no spiritual realm, and that's just what we tell kids, or the system. And then to give a material explanation, there's multiple material explanations within evolution or anthropology, and there's always new hypotheses to the practitioner, just saying, this is what I do, I'm pretty sure I'm going to keep on doing it, whether I believe it or not. Like at some point, if you're brought up in it, you're saying, well, I do it because I was trained that way, and I'm probably just going to keep on doing it whether I believe it or not. And even at some point as a convert, it could also be like that. Like I've just trained myself to do it. Like, like I chant Hare Krishna. Some days I believe, some days I don't. But I do it, a few rounds every day anyways. And, Judaism also, I've been saying my Jewish mantras for decades now. And, there'll be years, that I have much more inspiration. There'll be years where I have much less inspiration. But the practice is largely consistent. I was saying, Devea, you've been Buddhist a few years now. I mean, how do you feel about the rituals?
I guess he left.
Hello? Dubea, are you still there?
Yes. How do I feel about the rituals? Oh, personally, you were directing that to me, sir.
Yeah, if you had any comment on that, I mean, I hand it back to Vince also, but maybe because
Okay.
you had thoughts on that, like, because you kind of
I-
like John Vance the other day, you were brought up in one system and out of your own volition changed to another system, and you're not. I classify Buddhist as a branch of Hinduism, but so I just call you Hinduism, and I'd call you a Hindu from an umbrella term, but
Yeah. That's okay, but most Buddhists would definitively object to any such categorization. however, I will say that as a Buddhist, I recognize the perennial philosophy, which is the item of the deepest concern regarding philosophy, spirituality, psychology. So there actually is a perennial philosophy, a perennial psychology, and a perennial spirituality. And I think this is a verifiable through yoga and through Buddhist meditation and through Christian maybe Jewish Kabbalism, and even some forms of Christian contemplation. So I give much credence, in effect, to the one perennial tradition, which is, it's basically, instead of saying it's all that everything reverts to Sanatana Dharma, I have a multiple truth hypothesis regarding the perennialist tradition, which is a term invented by Leibniz, in fact, and brought out by Aldous Huxley. So I have my own multiple truth, if you will, hypothesis regarding the confluence of all the great traditions at their very most apex, at their, how do you say, most evolved and least degenerate, least warlike, least bellicose. So that's my answer. I give great credence to Hinduism, Buddhism, and Christianity in their most evolved and rarefied form, but I less so to the mythology, the blood and soil, Nazi Germany, etc., etc. Which the Christianity wasn't of much aid to the Jew and the Jewish abject. So religion has been helpful and harmful, but its most helpful aspect has been in actual regard to the ancient wisdom, which is a complete separate cause, a complete alternative. Most people don't understand it even exists. That the perennial philosophy exists, the perennial psychology. But yeah, I think it's basically just the idea that there's a great chain of being from dust to God or Godhead, and that human evolution is a progress, and yeah, and and that I guess if we put it in those terms, mankind is at the very beginning of his evolution, in his ontogeny as an individual, although the species, the phylogenetic, yeah, so there's a lot of evolution to do. One of the ways to accelerate that is through inner contemplation of the light of truth, of Godhead, of Samadhi, of the Tikkun Olam principle of Judaism. That's my thesis. Yeah, that there's competing truths, but there might be
guys, I gotta go. I just want to say goodnight, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Thanks for joining. We'll talk to you soon. Take care. Great to catch up. Bye, Vince.
Bye.
Yeah, namaste, Hare Krishna. Thanks for coming on. Take care. Come again. Thanks for briefing us up with what you're doing. In fact, I thought Vince's diagrams with Biden and Harris were actually quite good.
Yeah. Does my perspective make sense? Does it register or resonate in any way with you, Doovid?
Well, yeah. I mean, of course, it resonates, but it's kind of a generic, like, platitude. So like you're kind of like, I mean, from a pejorative, you're just like reading fortune cookies. So like, okay, like, yeah, it sounds good. You're just saying like generic sayings from the Buddha. So you're to have like a thought out. It's a science of bringing stories in verses. So anybody, if you're saying over good, so like if you're asking like, are you saying good? Like, yeah, you're saying good. You had a few insightful ideas that were like, yeah, that's a good insight. Because you're largely, just saying over, received wisdom, but at the same time, they're just kind of like generic platitudes, and it's hard to pass to a point to you'll be directed, like, saying what verse do I bring here, what story do I tell here, what's the point of the conversation. and that's the purpose of debate. You know, like that's why I say compared it to chess, where I've taught how to mate with a king and queen hundreds of times, and usually once the person gets it, I'll tell them like do it quicker, do it more efficient. So it might take a person 50, 100 moves, a few hundred moves till they finally get it. But like in reality, is even a beginner should be able to do it in less than 20 moves once they get it. So you do it a few times till first get it till the person's becoming much more efficient and not wasting moves. So that's also the purpose of week in review, and I would say the role of debate in Hinduism in general, that it makes us better people, it makes us understand God better, and it's something that's commendable or even commanded, that the person like in Judaism, Torah study, like it's commanded to set aside time every day to study Torah. That and like a person should have value wisdom, like it's more valuable than gold.
Right.
And so once you're on the spiritual path, it's easy just to say platitudes.
Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so if you were like, so to say, like a Hare Krishna devotee, for example, but any cultish group, probably your group also, like if you were in the ashram, someone would have to give the class, because like we're good devotees and following a process. So we do our chanting, and then someone says over some scripture or some wisdom. And synagogues, or almost all places, have such a structure.
Mhm.
And so if you have a group of devotees and it's saying like someone's got to give the class today, and any qualified devotee should be able to give a simple class, saying, okay, like like I've been Hindu for a few years, I'm not an expert in Bhagavad Gita, I've never
Right.
once in my life given a class on Bhagavad Gita, but if I had to, like I could give a class on Bhagavad Gita, like I'm not worried about it, I'm sure I could do it. And um because it just be kind of like platitudes. I know the platitudes, like I could get a verse, I could find a few good stories and a few good fortune cookie type points of wisdom, and say over a bunch of platitudes. But like I'm really giving over something useful, like I'm not sure. And so that's the science we're trying to develop here in like streaming.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. So yes. Yes. So do you believe that there is an interfaith debate? Do you believe the easiest way to exchange dialogue is through debate in an interfaith context? Or yes, what would be the most efficient means of of transferring ancient wisdom between devotees, say of Judaism and Hinduism, per se, let's
It's
say
not
any
possible.
other faith,
It's not possible because their axioms are not consistent with each other. And what one group recognizes as knowledge, the other one doesn't, and vice versa.
Yeah, very rarely is there actually debate or transferring wisdom. So the interfaiths, it's usually you're just respectful, everybody sits, and then one person says like a prayer mantra, a quick message, or a teaching, and then they go one by one through all the various people doing that, and it's generally pretty respectful. If there's conversation, which is much more rare, it's usually topical, where it's the same thing, except it's designed around an issue like like immigration, discrimination, the role of violence, or it could even be theological, like reincarnation. And then usually it's like a presentation and conversation, and very rarely do those things ever reach debate. And in theory they should, and that would possibly be messianic and bring the universal brotherhood of man. But like Jennifer said, the axioms conflict, and the natural outcome of dharma is escalating conflict. So if my principles the logical conclusion of my principles is your society is unjust, and it's my dharma to stand up against it. And the other person, the logical conclusion of their axioms is that the opposite society is unjust, and it's a duty of my dharma to stand up against it. And that's my interpretation, so to say, of the current state of karma. That's like the Bhagavad Gita, where God forbid, accumulated karma from the past has created a situation where dharmatically conflict is the requirement, like in the Bhagavad Gita, where it's just like there's a crime that's been committed and it has to be rectified. But the problem is that everybody's guilty, and there's so many crimes that need to be rectified that the rectification of all the crimes is, God forbid, tantamount to the destruction of all of humanity or something. And so, the multiple truth hypothesis is meant to deal with these issues, because when you talk about religion and axioms, intellectually you can't see it from the man's eye or your own perspective, because the outcome of the axioms of the various religions are catastrophic. Because for example, it could include that me and the people that do the rituals that were commanded by my group or my prophets or sages are going to have an awesome outcome, and all the other groups are going to have a nasty outcome. I'm sorry. That's what our sages said. And, a certain element that there's a lot of groups who have a similar type thinking. So it's like a multiple truth hypothesis. Well, like, are we all going to kill each other at the end of the day? Or maybe there's wisdom to the fact that our traditions all kind of line us up like we will fight to the death if we have to. God forbid, that is the Dharma. This is my system, and I will defend it even if it costs me my own life. And it has to be that way, that there's all these various people that have the same Dharma and the natural conflict. And, that's why it has to be surrender, because at the end of the day, it said like, oh, I'm constantly on the battlefield. Like, why am I constantly on the battlefield? Well, because of my karma and my Dharma. But I accept the possibility that, so it's like in the Vedas that, so to say, the person on the opposite side of my battlefield is in reality also just fulfilling their Dharma and karma.
Well spoken. Well spoken.
Yeah, so that's kind of like the conflict understanding of Hinduism, Buddhism, and so in the Messianic world or utopian vision, interfaith would include debating this. And from an intelligent view, someone who's been doing interfaith for years, I could intuitively understand a breakdown of axioms and their natural conclusions. And it could be like, like food. Okay, like we're going to have food, and you want to have the combination of the food that meets the maximum amount of people's dietary needs. Like, it just as like a simple demonstrative function of the multiple truth hypothesis. Like, oh, we're having a big interfaith, and it's going to have like 20 different faiths, and all different types of people have different dietetic things. What do we do? So you say, okay, what are the axioms of the system? What implication does that have on dietary? And then, some sort of you come out with some sort of optimal outcome, like a computer algorithm, like, what food should you serve? Like like a Google alpha search could come out with some best answer. But that process to, for all of these questions, like reincarnation versus heaven and hell, and say, what's the deal? Is it possible that both exist? That how do you deal with these systems? Is it zero sum?
So could it be a systemic truth hypothesis would solve for some of the excesses of multiple truths? Like, for example, it could be that these multiple truths, which you speak of, are operating at different levels of resolution, like different. Perhaps kludging or clumping different categories is unwise, first of all. But there must be some sort of system which can reconcile the perhaps we need a commonwealth of mutual hypothetical love between people at a depth which is clearly unprecedented due to the level of theorizing at our current rate or at our current
People are just
station.
going to suddenly turn around and start loving each other.
Well, not turn
Would
around.
You say, would you say
it's your
that people
brother.
are loving already?
Yes, would I say that people are loving already?
Would you agree with that assertion?
I would say they do love each other, but the same way that the Chinese Communist government love each other at the highest levels. It's not it. You could say that in itself is a form of holism. It's a form of love, of a holistic brotherly union, but perhaps it's not as effective as American versions of love or camaraderie.
I'm not convinced that this thing exists that you're talking about. So the fact that you're appealing to an abstract concept like love sounds like wishy-washy crap that's been tried a million times and only ever ends one way.
But what if love is an evolutionary given? What if eros and love is actually a given and not a...
Yeah, well, you want to have that love cult. It's going to be hard to do that in the modern day when everyone is so hostile and spiteful.
Yeah, but you could postulate that love is like this overarching principle, but from a more intellectual view, the sages, in fact, of all traditions, Islam, Judaism, Christianity, even Hinduism, would generally work with some sort of unity principle as opposed to a love principle. This God, this force is a unifying force, and the unity of this force is, monotheism. It's all pervasive, all powerful, in all parts of creation. And then you're saying but what that is love.
No, not
saying that's like you could postulate it. It's not the major inline of what the major sages postulate. Most of the sages, even that postulate it, would talk about balanced forces, and you're saying as a person, love is a good attribute, or you're saying that love might be the dominant attribute that we ascribe to the creator. But I mean, Krishna is known of 6 attributes, and I don't think love is one of them. All attractive. We don't talk enough Hinduism, so I don't have these things memorized. Like my Judaism, I know pretty good. I have most of these things memorized. But you say even in the Bible, you have a verse of a Jesus about that. Certainly, to say that this love is the principle, and even the material realm would say the opposite. Suffering.
According
Hinduism and Buddhism say suffering is the overarching principle in the material realm, not love.
Right.
I mean, if we were being a little bit more rude, it's saying that's just a little bit of hippie BS.
Oh, cool.
Your hippie BS.
I never did that.
Somebody that just joined the call. I just want to know who it is.
I have to go, my friends. I have to go, my friend.
No, you ain't going nowhere. You stay right there, buddy.
Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah. my friend.
Stay on the computer with him. He's an amazing person.
Okay, there's my friend Omar. Hello, say hello, Omar. Hi. Nice to meet you. Hello. Yeah, so I would say there's in Krishna, in terms of Krishna and the Gita, there's this idea of parinirvana and pariprakriti. Paraprakriti undergirds. It's still a kind of a dualistic conception, borrowing from the Samkhya, but Krishna within the body of the Gita, the concept is that you have a heaven, which is parinirvana, and the lower, the Shakti in this sense, yes please, which is Paraprakriti, or the lowest matter. And so there is a basis for the dualism, and this is accelerated in Tantra through the Hindu practice of Tantra, one can arouse eros, the idea of eros within one's own religious framework, and utilize that energy for creative means or submission to the divine. So, and I myself am a Buddhist tantric practitioner. So I'm aware of the some of the contingencies that involve developing what are called enjoyment in Hinduism. In Vedanta, the path of enjoyment is forbidden. However, in some aspects, it is acceptable to develop enjoyment to the extent that it supports one's overall contemplation of God. And so I just want to offer that idea that that the erotic is, even I've read this rabbi Mark Gaffney, who has said that eros is strictly woven deep into the Jewish scriptures as a matter of covenant or of practical meaning or practical exegesis of the Kabbalah. There is this essence of love. So I'm curious if that's something that could be plucked and what it could generate, and conceivably, I'm not sure if that could be the basis of a systemic truth of love, perhaps a systemic unified field theory of love.
Axiomatically, you try to break it down to conceptions, and really they're almost all dualistic conceptions about what's going on. And so if it's dualistic, you say, what is the sustainment of the material realm? And so if love is something unique to the spiritual realm, and the material realm is the antithesis of love, or I mean, you could make the conception. So even to have dualism, it's like I'm a monotheistic dualist. So like I'm a monotheist, that there's only one force. However, that within that unified force, there's a spiritual immaterial realm that in reality are unified, but operate somewhat as separate systems. And then just within Kabbalah, there's multiple dualistic conceptions of how these things work. And I mean, generally the Kabbalists talk about the 10 emanations, and none of them is love. One of them is chesed, which is kindness, which is comparable of the material realm. From the Kabbalistic system, so if love, God interacts with the world unique through 10 emanations to the spiritual realm. From the Kesser, and Chabad, the material realm, the insight, knowledge, wisdom, chesed, gevura, tiferes, kindness, severity, beauty, which are these kind of like binary and middle ground. So you have like love and then fear. So generally the name of the attributes is chesed and yira, referring to a chesed, gevura, which is referring to kindness and severity or strength. But it's parallel to love and fear, which according to the Kabbalists, in the way the Bible lays it out, Ava v'yira, love and fear, are usually the units that are brought together. So from a Kabbalistic conception, maybe one of the 10 emanations of God, so to say, is love. And then the Kabbalistic verses in Psalms and other places that say God overarching attribute is this attribute of love. And the general statement in the Bible is that the name Elohim of God in the Bible refers to the attribute of harsh judgment, and the name Hashem, the Yud He Vav He, refers to the attribute of where you call him love, but the Kabbalists wouldn't use love; they'd use chesed, and that the material realm is only sustained through kindness. That the nature of the true material realm is harsh judgment, And harsh judgment, would be that all of us deserve death. God forbid that we've fallen that short, that from a pure judgmental perspective, there's not a single human that would have been better that God had not created us, because the nature of creation is to rebel and sin, and all of us fall short by definition. To even Hindu conception, Maya, saying the material realm comes from the force of Maya, that the whole force that allows the material realm to be in existence is largely negative. And the Kabbalists, many of them have a conception like that, where like the klipot, they call it, the impurities, and that the material realm is essentially made of impurities, and the system left, what's the source of these impurities. And Buddhism or Hinduism in the classical version, that somewhat like a pessimistic religion, where the overarching principle is certainly not love, it's suffering. And it's saying suffering is the given. There's nothing that a person could do to eliminate suffering, because suffering is something that comes along with material creation. There is no way to interact in material creation without suffering. So you could have Kabbalistic conceptions like that, and maybe say, like, being in yeshiva, like a Baki Talmud, like expert in Talmud. You're saying, like, I know the laws and the major arguments and the major variations, or like, I'm an expert in this opening, and I know all the major variations out to 20 moves deep. And so theologically, a person should be wise to God and the understanding of dualistic karmatic systems. And it goes back to what we were talking about year in review, is correct behavior, correct action. Is because I know karmatically, at the end of the day, I'm here in this body and I got to act. That we're not going to solve these issues. We're not going to understand the nature of the material, spiritual realm. We might have some insight, but at the end of the day, our souls are in our various bodies, and we're going to have to act. And the wise thing to do is to try to act with correct action. In order to act with correct action, a person has to become a student of life and try to learn what correct action is. And therefore, all of these systems are important, because different systems of karma imply different answers to the question of what is correct action.
Mm-hmm. Yes, right. And
I mean, even if you accept the ahimsa principle, it's like, are you a vegetarian?
No.
So, but you accept the ahimsa principle.
Yes, to a degree, yeah, I do. But
not enough to become a vegetarian.
I'm a Buddhist, and it's very it's questionable whether Buddhists should become.
Just axiomatically, you're saying you accept ahimsa principle, yes or no?
Yeah, axiomatically, yes.
So if you accept the ahimsa principle, how do you justify eating meat, which seems in clear violation of the ahimsa principle?
Yeah, so because I live in a society that values eating meat, and although I view it as ethically problematic, from a karmic and from a more postmodern perspective, yeah, I view it in an ethical sense, and I just think that we need to reevaluate Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism in terms of the relativism of history and historicism in general. And I think that is an ongoing quest. And I believe that values change over time. And so taking a branch from Nietzsche, I believe that there is no one true value for all times and places, although it may confer benefits to people. But I think a lot of reality is historically contingent, and that's how I justify partially behaving and acting in my society as I do. But largely, my actions are determined by the Buddhist concept of right speech, right mind, and right action. And in other the Eightfold Path of Dharma, there's a large portion. You could say this path is a compassionate eightfold a flower of compassion with 8 spokes of the wheel of Dharma. And I try to walk in that understanding and that faith of how to cultivate the fruit of wisdom within. We could say God wanted to end the world because we all deserve suffering, but from my point of view, it would be that we have to arise the feeling to be of service and to go, even if we're called to go to the hell realm, for example, even if we're called to submit to hell fire, we must help the vulnerable, those beings who suffer in those realms, because those beings need the most immediate. There's a deeper calling towards the suffering of the universe, and the real response is an outpouring of just infinite and generous love. That's the only real response, karmatically speaking, is just an emboldening of love within us, so that we can bear the responsibility of other suffering more deeply throughout time and space, regardless of historical contingency. And that can fortify the immune system, it's been shown, and love has all sorts of positive effects.
Okay, Jesus.
No, I don't believe in Jesus. First of all, I'm an anti-Jesus person, right?
That's ironic because you sound a whole lot like him.
This is just this is Buddhism. This is strict
Well, you don't
Buddhism.
think Christianity is in some way based on Buddhism?
Well, I think it might be. Again, the Bodhisattva path is a path of it's not righteous, and it doesn't smite people, but I'm just saying.
Man, I don't know how you could possibly know all this stuff. It's baffling that you can make so many statements of fact that are categorically false, but you just feel that you're entitled to make those statements is mind-boggling.
I'm stating oughts, I'm not making is statements about what is. I'm saying what ought to be the case.
Yeah,
given
exactly.
certain moral
And
responsibility.
From my point earlier is that you should realize that you're not in a position to dictate oughts, but you don't.
But nor is science in a place to dictate oughts.
But you're not, and you don't, and you're not even acknowledging the point, and so it's like there's no comeback on that. You're just wrong.
But define ought. I'm just saying, religiously speaking, there are oughts, there are moral certitudes.
And you are not established as an authority to be doling out oughts.
Who determines whose authority is?
Not you.
Well, you have a lineage.
But not you, and that's the point. And why do you keep trying to derail it with irrelevant questions?
You have a guru lineage. You have your own guru paramparam. I have my own lineage, believe me.
I don't, because I don't think you've ever surrendered to a guru.
I have, honestly, look.
I don't believe you. I would know by your tone of voice. You're underestimating how much people like me know. Just from, you could utter literally 3 words and I'd know more than 70% about you.
Yeah, but surrender is not an easy thing. I'm saying a person could have tried to surrender, and even surrender to a guru or surrender to God. Enlightenment comes in stages, and it takes effort, because the process of purifying the evil heart is a lifetime battle. It takes lifetimes, and even
it takes a while to struggle, but you have to make a decision at a certain point in time where you surrender to the authority of the guru on whatever level you're surrendering. That is part
and
of
that's
the
a
process.
dualistic understanding. So from a dualistic understanding, there's initiation or process, and there's an event that has a factual change of some sort of karmatic reality, like through an initiation, right? That a person was just a person, and then they took initiation or accepted a guru, and there's a ceremony. And if you believe that that creates some sort of spiritual bond that goes beyond the material realm related to the soul. I mean, from a material perspective, and then, what does it mean to, you're going to give some deep, ethical, moral, high-browed principles that a person's supposed to live by, versus like a group strategy. So like, no, we all got an issue. We all did this because that's our group strategy. And like, no, none of us really took it that seriously. And you say like, how dare you not take this seriously? It's not just your group strategy. This is the word of God and has implications to the factual dualistic spiritual realms.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that an impression of me? Because I think it's very accurate if it is.
Well, I don't want to give it I mean, of your mood. Like I wasn't trying to like do your.
You know
like,
what
Irish,
though? I got.
I wasn't hitting on your Irish accent, but
No,
like,
it's okay. I've just
of your mood, of your mode and mood.
The problem is that I got bitter after Super Librix, and I'm like, I shouldn't have had him on so many times without pushing back on what he was saying. And then by the time I did push back, I was an ultra bitch. And it's like, I got to be able to mediate it, like the way you and I have it. Like whatever aggression comes up between
God forbid, promising young woman
doesn't really affect it badly.
Yeah, it's the improper escalation of conflict where it's like push over.
Yeah.
It means the European passive aggressive where it's just like pretend like the problem doesn't exist, pretend like the problem doesn't exist, and then like 1 second without even telling you, it's like you've crossed the line. It's all over now.
I understand it's a problem. I work to counteract it. And so me being more inquisitive with the newer people on the show is me trying to go against whatever it was that led to Super Librix coming on the show 12 times. Because really, I should have said much earlier, this is not going anywhere. And I don't see, any logic to this or any
It's a mirror of your karma, of your own karma. That Super Librix, you're saying God. The karmatic system that sent us Super Libra was whatever lesson that God wanted you to learn. So I could interpret.
Like I just look at it as a consequence of his own bad karma. He went looking for
your karma. I mean, the fact that
That's
he has his karma.
Not always about me. I'm looking at it as he wanted.
Well, I'm saying it's about both of you.
He wanted to show the best debater on the internet. He asked people who's the best debater on the internet, and they told him me. And he went to come and to find me to quote defeat me.
Yeah, I mean, you can give the narrative, and that's fine. But it's saying at the end of the day, there's two autonomous beings with their own karma that come together for an interaction, and it has implications to both of your karmas. Not just like, oh, his karma, it's your karma too.
I agree. I'm just saying that in that case, it wasn't.
Like, oh no, it was just his bad karma. It's like no, like nothing happens for no reason, and if it's your interaction, it's your karma. Well, like that's a karmatic fact. Like even to deny that to a tiny bit, it's like no. If that's your association, that's your karma. It's not his karma. I mean, it's his karma also.
Well, he's involved in the association, so it's partially his karma. Welcome to the panel, mediocre white male. Thanks for joining.
What's going on?
Oh, not much. We're just having our usual weekly, what would you call it, round table?
Yeah, the weekly panel. Wait, so there's another guy here who his face was not on YouTube, but is that intentional or is that?
It's not a slight against. His name is Devaya. It's not a slight against him. It's just that the new interface for Hangouts makes it hard. Because I don't go on camera, so like it's basically to avoid me wrecking the stream. And then Doovid's the star of the show, so.
Okay.
It's not a slight against anybody else. It's more just a Doovidian thing.
It's production. So I mean, if people are wondering what he's asking, there's the Google Hangouts where the conversation is happening between us, and then there's what's being shown on the screen.
We see each other, but
I will be taking leave, my dear friends, and
thanks for joining. We'll talk to you later.
No problem. Yeah, wonderful. Thank you for having. We'll talk to you later. Everyone, have a great night. Thank you.
Bye. Conops. I've never heard OV do meta analysis.
Thank you, Doovid. Thank you, Jennifer. Nice to see you. See you again. Thank you. I will.
I have never once heard OV do meta-analysis. I've heard him do interference, distraction, screeching, and generally ruining streams. And he's always drunk on the stream. So please shut up and enjoy the show.
Okay, so the guy who just left, that wasn't who you were arguing with, right?
The last thing I just said, I was addressing with people in the chat saying they want OV on, but he's not going to be able to get into the vibe of the show. And I'm not.
No, I just meant like the person you got heated with.
I think people were confused because it's just you've just been looking at me, but there were 4 people on the stream, even though you've only been seeing me. So there was Vince Bruno, who left a while ago, and then there was the Brett DeVea also. So if you heard those 2 different voices, those who they were, and now they're both gone.
Well, yeah, when you first said Vince and you were like, yeah, Vince, and he was on Adam Green's show, I was like, oh, Vince James. But then he sounds nothing like him. You know who you've talked to Vince James.
I know
Vince.
Right? In fact, he came on the Brundlecast a long time. Yeah, I mean, it's a problem with the whatever reason the tech that you're only seeing me, even though on the call there's other people. So we apologize if people were watching and confused and couldn't figure out who they were listening to.
Yeah, I think so now it's Doovid.
Now everyone's gone, so so it's all you. So you're on the week in review, so everyone is gone but you. So you might as well introduce yourself and
Okay, I go by mediocre white male, and I'm rebranding to Fringe WiR, but that's not really important for right now. I don't know. Jen asked me to come on, so.
Well, I mean,
I was kind of just kind of
bio, so you don't have to dox yourself and say like,
he's already he's wise to your methods, Doovid. He knows whatever positive information he gives, you're gonna grab it, and it's gonna be some jujitsu, and then he's gonna end up in the prone position.
You're here to have a conversation. It's week in review. It's like how are we gonna have a conversation? You don't give any information over.
Well, we can we tell them what you emailed me about and what you had originally wanted to discuss? I think that's fairly neutral.
Yeah, well, and I don't know if we're gonna get deep into it. I don't even know how much longer are you gonna do the show?
Well, we can explore the idea for as long as you want to. As you know, we're both really interested in consciousness. So I believe. Well, why don't you tell them what you had emailed me about?
I had emailed you about Penrose and oh God, what's that? I keep forgetting the other guy's name.
Hammeroff?
You know what's hilarious is that I always forget Penrose's name. I'm like Hammeroff and
yeah. Well, yeah, and I wish it was the other way around because Hammeroff is more interesting. Penrose is kind of I mean, Penrose is absolutely a genius, but he's a little I'd say he's a little overrated. Not a lot, but and I think Hammeroff is underrated.
Yeah, definitely. Hammeroff is adorable. What's his name? Jeffrey Mishloff just dropped a 5-part interview that I didn't even realize was made 5 years ago, and I sent it to you, and I'm like, "This is awesome!" And he's like, "It's 5 years old." I'm like, "Damn it!"
Yeah, it's
but yeah,
weird.
Penrose isn't really a great personality. He's got discoveries in his science. He did what he did in the scientific realm, but he hasn't really, proven to be, that interesting or great of a personality, and even to connect like what he's done in his theories.
Our job is to make it interesting, right?
Well, not really. I mean, that's why it's like Doovid. The karma's karma. It's like you want to learn complicated things. It's not interesting. Like you're not going to make it interesting. You're just like Queen's Gambit and chess. Like it's a fad.
There are limits. There are limits.
Chess is not going to pick up and become interesting. There's like a
I
movie.
get what you're saying.
It came and went, and like no, it's hard work and it's boring, and it's almost like irritating to some. Someone's like, no,
but you
like
can
we're not
be
going to make
less,
physics and math cool. It's not going to
intimidating. You can
happen.
be less.
And the answer to these questions requires physics and math.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're getting at, but what I'm saying is you could.
You want to meet a girl, don't go to the physics department. There's plenty of places to meet a girl, but like don't combine your pursuit of meeting a girl with your pursuit of the study of physics, because your chance of meeting a girl studying physics is extremely small.
What does that have to do with? I'm not sure what that has to do with what we're talking about.
Well, I was saying about the general karmatic intersection, I guess,
Like
because
making it
we're still
interesting.
saying, yeah, saying like, no, I don't.
Okay,
Generally,
maybe I
generally I
misspoke.
see
How
that as
about
a negative thing. Like
accessible?
if someone says that you like, if someone tries to make them self-interesting, generally, like I don't watch that content. To me, that's like a sign of bad content. Like I don't want to watch someone who has to make themselves interesting.
No. I think you're misunderstanding. I think what I meant was accessible, right?
What
You
it means
look at
accessible to non-experts are saying. So if you're non-expert and you're seeking content from someone who makes their information accessible,
yeah.
we're saying like, no, I want expert information. And I know expert information is going to have a whole bunch of equations, and you mean both are true, and but I mean, but it's like no, I'm saying like the big discovery at the end of the day will be accessible to people, will understand. A good idea is understandable at all levels to all people. But the dynamics of it, that's
So it's
definitely like,
understandable but not interesting.
well, interesting. It's like, I mean, it's like medicine. Is medicine interesting? It's saying like no, because like a good idea is usually, I mean, I said the other day, it's like suffering, because a good idea necessitates a person recognizing their bad karma and recognizing that a person's been acting with incorrect action for a long period of time, and it's generally a form of suffering, even though it may be good for the person. So you can't really advertise it as enjoyable. It's like because it's a
Oh,
Is this
well,
'cause of
okay.
is
Now
this
you're
'cause of the
throwing in a
Howie
new
thing?
word, enjoyable. I don't. Yeah, of course. There's gonna be if you're getting
if a
deep
person
into a
doesn't recognize
subject.
that the process is majority hard work, they're probably not going to take
Yeah.
it seriously. So just the
Correct.
person using like, oh, make it fun or enjoyable, it's like, oh, this guy's not serious enough. I'm
No,
gonna waste my time.
Doovid, I think that you're both right in a sense, because to be knowledgeable enough to make it simple and interesting, that is a lot of knowledge, because you really
Well,
have
yeah,
to
and
see
Richard
it all.
Feynman used to talk about
But it's
that.
all
It's
you're
like,
throwing around definition like interesting. You're trying like value proposition. Okay, it's interesting because this is an explanation for how the world we live in operates, and you should be interested because you're going to understand the world. Other because say if you're completely divorcing interesting from so to say entertainment, and so these words, there's intersection in the definition, and so you could keep on switching words, but the boundary is going to be the same. There's some level of seriousness that to it, and that only someone who has surrendered, like only someone who surrendered to the guru could be trusted to take this stuff seriously enough. It's like
oh, we're
someone.
getting into the surrendering again.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm just speaking metaphorically. That
Okay.
the assumption is if you're not surrendered to the guru, you're just not serious enough. Because if you were serious, you would have surrendered, and from that perspective of the word seriousness. So like if you're surrendered and you're in the system, it doesn't need to be made interesting for the person anymore. It's like like I'm part of the system. I want to know. You don't have to make Judaism interesting for me to keep on studying it. Like I'm a Jew, that's what I do, and but at the same level, okay, I find it interesting. So okay, you have advancements, you have ideas about the hard problem of consciousness, and even like who are you to have thoughts or advances? And let's say we give you the benefit of the doubt that we don't even ask you. So okay, whatever, it doesn't matter who mediocre white dude is here, that he's got theories on the thought of consciousness, and we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He doesn't have to give a resume or
He's just interested in consciousness, and he's been following a show for a bit. If I could just elaborate on this guru thing, okay, just to bring it to a non-woo-woo level, okay? So imagine, like, do you remember when you went to school and you learned how to add and
Sure.
stuff? So you remember that feeling of not knowing and then learning and then knowing?
Mm-hmm.
So imagine if before you started learning, you already thought you knew how to add.
Right, and so that's the incident you had earlier. The guy was
The
claiming
idea
to
here
have.
is that you have to put faith in the idea that, well, first of all, you have to acknowledge that you don't know something, even though it feels like maybe you know. You have to acknowledge that really you don't know. You just have the impression of knowing, and also surrender to the idea that it is possible to know, and the thing that knows what you're after is the guru, and you have to surrender to what it knows to close the gap between you, who lacks understanding, and the guru, who already embodies the understanding. So it's more to
Well,
get the
and is
idea
this
across
like?
that if you already believe that you know something, you can't learn anything more.
Okay, and are we speaking in generalities here, or are you directing this at me?
I
Like,
wanted to direct it at you because Doovid talked about the guru, and I think when people hear guru, they think a person, but it's an idea. It's more about
yeah,
it's more about how you get to from not knowing to knowing, and part of that is at a step where you acknowledge that you really don't know, and you have some impressions from your sensory apparatus that give you information, but you don't actually know if the information you're getting on what level it's true.
right. Yeah,
So
I
if
mean,
you
I
want to
guess.
close that gap, you have to sort of acknowledge that there is a gap. But that's the point, and is sort of why it's such an important concept. It goes beyond just the idea of having a human teacher. That's all I want to focus on.
Yeah, for me, the knowledge gap I have is that I don't fully understand the mathematics behind a lot of the stuff, and that is sort of the thing that I'm seeking, and I guess by doing
so you
this,
have-
I'm hoping to maybe boost my own interest level to sort of, I guess it's a way of putting
Bridging
my
the
feet to
gap,
the
right?
fire a little bit. It's like, oh well, okay, if I'm going to be talking about this with you,
Well, here's
with you,
the
Jen,
problem.
or Doovid or whoever, then I better start learning this stuff in
Cool.
a more
Yeah.
serious way.
There's a problem though, because math and physics don't always line up. So if you
Right.
force it so that math has to line up with physics, it looks a little bit different than just abstract math that isn't really tethered to anything other than our own subjectivized constructs. So the
Well,
idea with
and
that is the axioms of a vector space. So it's good to look up the axioms of a vector space, not to memorize them necessarily or use them, but to understand that anytime a vector space is invoked, you're invoking all those axioms along with it. So it's really about being able to understand the interplay between axioms and physics, which is geometrical. So if you want to be able to have these conversations, yeah, sure, you could go and learn all the math, but then you're eventually going to learn that that math isn't actually correct for a variety of reasons. So there is value to learning math because it has applications. Even if it is objectively incorrect, it's still like relatively the optimized solution.
well, yeah, I want to learn whatever is more important, whether it's the physics or
Well, how far did you get in math?
like in college and everything.
Yeah, like what's the farthest concept you remember learning?
I took like some advanced stat courses and
any calculus?
Well, I'm a programmer by trade, so
any calculus?
Well, I was gonna get to that. Even though I never took calculus,
But you did
like
statistics.
I said,
so you're aware of something called the normal distribution.
Yeah, and
sampling
I'm a
theory.
programmer by trade, so I
Do you have anything to do
understand
with
functions
signals?
and functions that call functions and recursion and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Which is really what I've been told that is mostly what calculus is.
No.
But
calculus is a method that involves invoking a limit that you can't be sure exists, which is
well, the
smallest.
infinitesimal. I know the basics. I'm not like a total.
So you know what a derivative is and what an integral is?
If you showed me a picture, I would understand.
I mean, let's do this a different time. But I mean, if you and Jennifer want to talk about, like you enrolling in math courses, but for the track that kind of, Jennifer is a good deed in just teaching people math. or science is one of the things of we can review. But in terms of consciousness, everybody could have insight into consciousness because you have consciousness, and just like everybody could drive a car, even if they don't understand any principles of science. And
What about the evidence, though, that
Well, you
suggests
brought up the
nobody
whole
understands?
resume thing, Doovid, so that's why I
well,
was
because it's
kinda-
important to a certain
I know
level.
that's why I was going into
You
it.
can
But
only
if you wanna,
understand so much without the component knowledge. So you could have, like, you could drive a car, even if you don't understand. Just you need to know a few things, and they might be scientific or spatial in understanding, but you don't really have to know any engineering
Correct.
to drive a car. You don't need to know any of this stuff to think. Like, you're born, you have consciousness, you think. And if someone has a theory on consciousness, even if there's complicated elements to it that are beyond your understanding,
Mhm.
it's still a statement
you could
about
talk
something
about
that
the
you're.
koala and your
Yeah, I mean, you
personal
observe all these
experiences.
things, so you could introspect and intuitively say, does this make sense with your experience? But on a factual level, uh, you're saying you want a good computer and a good car, and even if you don't understand what the specs mean, you know that somebody did, and that's what's necessary to make it work. And at a certain level, you will be capped on your ability to truly understand it. Even though you understand something, you could talk about it, you could converse it, but there will be a cap to your understanding. And then like I've been talking, we want to direct week in review into the science of expertise. And generally,
Right.
expertise means to break things down into components and say, should you master these components, this will be your outcome. You will have proficiency or expertise. You add a task, it means you'll be able to do something at a certain percentage or accuracy. And consciousness, multiple truth hypothesis will be like that. That even an idiot could possibly benefit from these ideas, improve their thinking, improve their karma. But
So
people
I
who
joined
really,
at the perfect time, basically, because I want to get that expert level knowledge, and we're sort of starting.
as I was saying, okay,
Not
do you
quite.
want to spend your spare time studying math? Then saying a lot of what Doovid's talking about is statistical methods, and you might not need to know calculus to understand statistical methods. And even if you did, like, talk like Bayesian and Markov and these various things, even if you could understand these things, the benefit to you to doing that, and saying, like, no, I mean, you don't have to be a mathematician. You don't have to dedicate the study of math to improve your own consciousness, to meditate. But it's like I was saying, there's karma yoga, um, bhakti yoga, and jnana yoga, and mathematics is kind of like karma yoga.
Can I
So,
just say something here?
I don't understand that analogy
well, I
at
saying
all.
you
I
don't
mean,
have to be
I
an
just want to
expert
jump
at
in
karma
here that,
yoga.
like,
You could,
yeah,
you could,
everybody could have insights on consciousness, but if you look around, most people do not have very good insights on consciousness, do they?
Yo, dude, I was like so stoned, and everything just like came together at once, and I realized, like, why do we need borders, man?
I just think, like, other than Hamroff, who is saying anything remotely anything good about consciousness?
Do you listen to Lex Friedman's podcast at all?
Yeah, I do. Who are you thinking of?
Well, and also there's Joshua Bach. Okay, couple people. This guy Joshua Bach is, it's like depressing. I'm pretty sure he's on to something, and there is a depressing component to it.
Is there any way you can get closer to your mic because your volume's a little?
Sorry, hold on a second.
Thanks.
I can turn it up too. Okay, so there's a scientist named Joshua Bach who has been talking about, how much information does it actually take to build a brain, like what, the genome is, how large. And so, like, kind of looking at the problem from, what are the structures that actually build a functioning consciousness machine, and how complex are they? And from that perspective, it's you could kind of get a lot of the information about how to build a brain from biological components is only a couple megabytes. And so with that in mind, he thinks it's probably inevitable that we will find a shortcut.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been following my streams, the current state, did you hear when we were talking about AlphaFold?
Yeah, well, no, I've heard about it, but I don't know if I heard you guys talking about it.
Oh, it was saying AlphaFold predicted with 80+% accuracy.
Yes.
The protein 3D structure of a polypeptide chain. And so you're talking about the current groundbreaking latest breakthrough that the computer's done, way bigger than like beating up the human champion at chess, like protein folding, prediction of a structure that, just beyond human capacity, that it was unlikely that there was going to be any mathematical technique that any human was going to develop that was going to be able to predict. And that's just, that's not even a cell. That's just one protein from a polypeptide sequence. And then if you
isn't it an amino acid or is polypeptide, is that more specific?
I'm not an expert in biology, so
whatever
it is, but it's saying it's some sort of sequence.
Yeah, it's a breakthrough in, hey, here's this chunk of something that's like RNA or DNA that we used to not know how to predict what it would eventually build, and now we do know. Now we can put this chain.
Relatively, if you're talking like the biochemistry, where we know you have DNA sequences, you have amino acids, and proteins are made up of a series of amino acids that are coded by our genetic sequences. And there's also known that these proteins generally form the exact same structure, that the code that codes for these proteins, that when the protein actually comes to being made, that it has a predictive 3-dimensional structure. And so that is the latest thing that's been solved, is just the prediction of a single protein structure. And you talk like in a human cell could make thousands of different proteins. So if you're talking about the genetic code to predict the whole brain and the 3-dimensional, from like a deterministic level where you're breaking it down to the levels of biochemistry where you have deterministic patterns of atoms moving and 3-dimensional structures that can be predicted to interact in a certain way, that it's possible that you could argue that it's never going to be solved.
Well, I mean, just to give you like a background of what's going on in the field, like who's the authority on consciousness, I wouldn't say that there's an actual consensus on that. So you do have the freedom
structure to determine like the brain mind in the same.
You're not even letting me get a word in edgewise here. This is my domain of expertise, and you're just yammering on, and you're kind of sounding a bit like Devaya right now. It's like, oh, we can't know this and we can't know this, and it has to be boring. It's like not very encouraging for the guy. I don't think it's that boring. No more boring than doing anything else. I mean, really.
Kind of a good thing.
He wants to get into consciousness, and I mean, realistically, there is no consensus on what consciousness is. The only consensus is, oh, it's too hard to know. We can't know. It's too complicated. So that's basically what you're going to be fighting against if you want to go and learn about consciousness.
No, I was saying, you want a degree in neurophysics, neuroscience, you have to be really good at math and science, and you're not going to be able to make much serious advancements in the neurological hard problem of consciousness if you don't have the brain for advanced mathematics and science.
Well, it sounds like this guy does.
You could meditate, like you were saying, like
and he knows what calculus is.
I mean, you're missing the point. Is saying like, yes, he could meditate. You could be an idiot, and you could meditate, and you could have insights on the hard problem with consciousness because you have consciousness, and there is a process of meditating, and it's different than what, we're looking at the scientific answer that me and Jennifer are trying to apply versus insights that any person at any level is going to have from their meditative experience.
Yeah. So take home point here is that nobody is going to have anything particularly insightful to say about consciousness unless they have some specialized domain specific knowledge, right? And the question is, what is domain specific knowledge? And so you have to basically, it's a bootstrapping problem because how do you know if you don't know, right? You
Well,
don't
it's
even know
funny
what
you
you're
just
really
said
looking for.
bootstrapping because one of the people I was going to talk about says that constantly.
Well, that's how these neural networks work, right? They're bootstrapping the field. Do you know what the Schrodinger equation is?
I know the Schrodinger's cat, and I know that there's an
Okay,
equation
Schrodinger's cat's
about.
not real, so I would just flush that down the toilet right now.
Yeah, I
Okay, the
didn't say I had an
Schrodinger
opinion
wave
on
equation. The
Yeah,
Schrodinger wave equation
I'm
is
trying to help
generalized.
Jennifer out here, so you don't just get into like.
Hypothetical field equation equals calculus equation depicting the state of a system. And this thing exists, so there is such a thing as a waveform, and these neural nets are finding the information in the waveform through brute force. Did that make sense?
Well, okay, hold on. Which are we talking about, the amino acids again, or we're on Schrodinger?
We're talking about the generalized approach of neural nets to solving problems.
Okay,
So
well, all right. So there's the adversarial neural networks, like the GANs, and then there's the what's
I'm
the
just
other
saying neural
one
nets
with
in
the
general.
CNN convolutional neural network?
I'm just speaking in generalities, as in letting the computer figure out what the right coefficients are. Using a large amount of data to train a computer to know what the, like how to generate a predictive model.
Yeah, the training
Black
data
box
set.
image.
I know what a training set is.
Right. So the idea is that neural nets black box the wave equation through brute force because the wave function exists. So what if we could get to the wave function much faster? And the answer is that we can get to the wave function faster using entangled photonics because all wave functions that are non-trivial
Well,
are
hold
generated
on,
by
you're going
entangled
too fast
photonics.
because you're saying the wave function. Like, you're saying that the black box of machine learning is like a wave function?
No, I'm saying it is a demonstration that it is possible to obtain information from a wave function. That basically the information that you're getting is coming out of a wave function, and that the fact that you can converge on a solution in the first place means that there's a finite amount of information in your waveform. Right?
Well, but you are getting a guess, though.
You're getting a
right?
guess.
So isn't that important? It's important that all these are, even though.
What's important is that you can get the guess to be an arbitrary value of an uncertainty. You can always ratchet up or ratchet down the uncertainty tolerance, correct?
Yeah.
So it's
you
not
could
getting
say,
it dead on. It's not getting it dead on. It's getting to within a prescribed error
yeah,
tolerance.
right,
Okay?
yeah, and so
Not
yeah,
about
your
a full
threshold.
convergence, right? But it's about establishing the principle that there's a finite amount of information in a waveform and that everything is a waveform, and that computers are eventually going to look more like biological systems because those are the optimized waveforms for this environment because they already exist, because we already have
Yeah, that is something I've thought about, and it's.
So I don't want to
I don't
belabor it
object
for too
to
long.
any of that.
I'm really glad that you don't, and I don't want to belabor it for too long. But the point I'm trying to make is that the news publications that have come out recently talking about the entangled photons 100 times more efficiently created than previously thought possible, even they admit that they called it a dark horse, and I honestly didn't know what that was, but I was like thinking, there's not a lot of pre-established expertise in this particular domain at this time.
Are you talking about the the Mexican scientist who he created like the quantum entanglement in a box. Basically, it was like they're God. I just watched the video. Do you know?
I'll stop you right there. I honestly don't know. I haven't heard about this. I'm familiar with the one from China, and I think there was even another one that came out after that of entangled. I'm specifically talking about entangled
quantum
photons.
radar that China's working on?
No, I'm speaking about a entangled photon rig, aka quantum computer. It's a very recent thing. Anyway, I just wanted to say that there's a lot out there. What you know already will help you, but realize that what people are saying isn't necessarily the truth, because the truth only comes out of a process of repeatedly going between axioms and theories to figure out, like, you're calibrating between axioms and theories. And most people don't know how to do that. So that they're basically going on their first guess and trying to double down and heptuple down on anecdotes the way Hameroff is doing, where he's saying that he's presenting I want to say it's a unity theory, but essentially he's equating the mind and the brain. So that axiom is extremely important because it colors the form of the answer, right? Anyway, that's all I want to say.
And what answer are we talking about?
We're talking about a predictive model for consciousness.
Okay.
What you want is the thing that when someone does something, you want to say, do a quick calculation and say, this must have been what caused that person to act that way. That's what you want, right?
Well, let's talk about that. Yeah. What is
I don't want to bore Doovid too much, and I know he didn't want to stay on the subject for too long, so I do want to make sure that Doovid feels included in the conversation because it is his show. How are you feeling, Doovid?
I thought it was your show.
It's his show and it's on my channel. So it's like a 50-50.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like you should just do a sideshow with
me.
Yeah, I mean, you could if you want, but it's coming to the point, like kind of the science of expertise, where it's a complicated issue and there's a lot of prerequisite knowledge. So Jennifer, could go through like a whole list of prerequisite knowledge and try to give you a quick explanation. And maybe you recognize these things, like you heard similar ideas on this podcast or this podcast. And I was joking in the chat. It's that's why the Royal Society has no women, because women don't understand expertise and kind of like the karma of money. It's like women never understand like how to make money off this thing, off of this, what conversation's important, which ones aren't important. And so saying like once you allow a woman into the Royal Society, she's going to end up like giving lectures on math lessons to the wrong people and wasting everyone's time, and the infrastructure is going to crumble, like God forbid here in Michigan, and
repeal the 19th.
Well, I mean, you don't have to take it to that level of women in general or karma, but if you're breaking down and say, okay, that's just a old-fashioned stereotype is not true. But an understanding of the science of expertise is saying, if you want to understand the stuff, you're going to have to dedicate years of study. Me and Jennifer have, both dedicated more than a decade of study to this. And either me or Jennifer could spend hours and hours and hours. I mean, Jennifer, not really, because she hasn't developed the skill of monologuing. So that's why you got to listen to me. I know you probably prefer listening to Jennifer, but she just doesn't have the monologuing in her. And it's even part of the week in review is there's not that much good educational material out there. So it's just like, please, Jennifer, explain to me, quantum consciousness. And you're saying you want like 2 years of education for free, and to make that content. And so you're just friends or understand the concept, but your weekend reviews on a more meta level. So there's multiple tracks, so to say, of weekend review that could include someone to say, I'm going to take calculus and physics seriously. I'm going to spend an hour a day.
Well,
or
can we back up for a
time.
second, real quick? I just like for what this show is supposed to be. Are you trying to make money with it, or is it just like I thought it was just for fun, like
to share our ideas and progress in our ideas and try to create a network. So we're looking for people to take these ideas seriously.
Right. Okay. So if
There's
that
multiple levels, I mean, like
that was my reading.
If you know me, like Doooovid doesn't like fun. Like like people who talk about like wanting to have fun. Like to me, that just means like this person is a wanton sinner. So like like you're not going to impress Doooovid by wanting to have fun. Although
when did I say I want to have fun, or I don't get
it's a personality type thing. You don't have to be here to impress Doooovid. Doovid's you're basically always serious, no sense of humor, and really Jennifer's personality is pretty similar to that. But at the same so we're trying to create a no nonsense group of people who are interested in advancing these ideas. You don't have to be a mathematician or a scientist. And when you keep on mentioning, everybody has consciousness. Everybody could meditate. But we like structure. And like I've been encouraging Jennifer to be like math girl, physics girl, and just make videos and teach people math and physics as a service to humanity. And but like time is limited, whether she wants to do that or not. And then what's your place in Week in Review? Saying you listen to this, or you're just friends with Jennifer, you just want to talk, or do you really want to become someone who dedicates large amounts of your free time to working on the hard problem of consciousness?
I am highly interested in pretty much all the stuff that is discussed here. So, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking you'd play it by ear. It's
Week in Review is more. I mean, it's Week in Review. So it's saying like, okay, we like introducing new characters, but like
I mean, and I have a whole
like,
political thing.
We're supposed to have like a week of stuff that we're reviewing.
The first time I saw you, Doooovid, was on Luke Ford. So, I'm into the politics and stuff. Also, I'm not just into the consciousness thing. I found this podcast or Jen by I think she was arguing with God, who's that guy? He's got like all kinds of physical problems and he's like really angry.
Norman.
Yeah.
Well, I said we could try to help turn you into
That's
a streaming
hilarious. You found me through Norvin. That's hilariously awesome.
Even if you have no interest in consciousness, saying like if you have an interest in, I mean, it makes sense that our show would be more interesting. But you're saying like you're just someone who likes streaming and you want to.
Well, yeah, I mean, from that angle, I did a podcast a couple years ago with a friend of mine. I've done stand up a couple times, so I do like broadcasting and quote being a streamer, whatever that means.
Well, I mean, a streamer that Week in Review would be relevant to you. I mean, saying that you actually have like a week of stuff that you've been doing to review.
I guess I got to work on that.
You don't have to work on it, but I'm just saying, like, if that's your interest, you're saying, like, you didn't appear in any broadcast, you didn't produce any content this week. And it doesn't mean you can't come on a Week in Review, but you're saying, it doesn't mean that if you want to come on Week in Review in the future, you have to produce content.
All right, I'm probably going to go on Luke Ford.
Generally, why we created the show. That generally, what was why we created in the show was to keep track of our streaming and our research.
You and I can just do a separate stream though, and I mean, you don't even have to prepare any questions. I can just talk you through the process of approaching the question. If you actually,
I like that idea.
That would be really fun because like the traditional method is question and answer. So you ask a question, I answer, you answer, or maybe I ask a question back to test your understanding. So it's very one-on-one intensive, which is why Doooovid doesn't want to get derailed into that type of
once
again. And I
I
understand.
mean, it's not for
you-
week in review, and saying, and
No, I
if you
get it.
want to publicly do the learning type thing, like, Jennifer isn't much for monologuing or whatever, but she could do a stream with you and then it'd be out there. And the advantage of streaming is that it's beneficial for Jennifer and anyone else who would want to
Well,
acquire
yeah,
similar wisdom without having. That's why we're doing it. We're trying to, like Vince or someone who has an agenda. But me and Jennifer have an agenda, and we're trying to maximize the use of the technology. So if you want to participate in it, Jennifer would probably do like a midweek separate stream with you, and go over and teach you the basic, or at least an overview of the basic mathematical physics principles to understand the idea. And then it would be a video in the streamosphere that people could watch in perpetuity for future benefit to create good karma.
This is a good time to get in. The whole buy low, sell
then,
high thing.
And then eventually,
There's not a
you
lot of
might change your
competition
name.
right now.
Well, I was saying, just like you said, you're rebranding yourself. You'd be like, Doooovid, I remember when I saw you and Luke Ford, that you may have a different identity. He's like, oh, I remember when he was mediocre white male and he was talking with Doooovid and Jennifer on Week in Review. But it's saying that's what it means to be a streamer.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that came off as a insult or something. I liked you on.
No, you have to develop a streaming personality. So you're first to doing this, you're just talking like you would be talking, as where me and Jennifer are, call it a LARP. We have an E personality that's very similar to who we would be if you met us in real life. But because we know we're streaming and there's an audience and people are going to be watching.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right now. I'm in the role of a caller.
You
right?
haven't trained
I
yourself
called in.
yet.
I'm not. It's not my show. I'm not.
This guy's probably one of the most self-aware and composed people we've had yet. He hasn't even flinched at the Doovidianism. I'm impressed.
Well, because
I think you want
I'm
to
half
speak to you,
Jewish, so I understand the
which is fine.
whole thing.
Did you hear that, Doovid? He's immune. He's immune.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm saying, I
initially-
think he wanted to speak to you more than to me. And that's why I'm saying, speaking of review of Doovid, I listened to a little bit, but if you called to speak to Jennifer, you might as well schedule your own show.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that you wanted to come on because it's awesome. So maybe we could talk about some more meta-analysis things. So you said you liked Luke Ford and you wanted to go on his show?
Yeah, I do.
What do you want to talk to him about?
See, that's the thing is it's okay, I'll be listening and the
You're
chat.
too slow for Luke. And I'm saying it's not Doovid is already irritable, but Luke probably wouldn't put up with you. You're just you gotta be ready.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily be in this type of, because you guys are being very intellectual and talking about, well, what's your resume, and so it almost feels more like a job interview. With Luke, I might just jump right into hey, did you hear about the latest thing with the voting fraud, and they're still trying to do it, and because Luke has been talking about how it's all bullshit, and they need to give it up, and we could kind of, there's certain things I could just jump right in if he were so inclined. But if you guys are more about evaluating where I'm at with understanding consciousness and trying to build like I said, it feels more like a job interview right now. Not
what is, because I mean at the end of the day, it is, because I could tell you whether Luke is probably going to talk to you or Charles. I'm not their booking agent, but I know them pretty well, and they're both professionals trying to make money off of it. And no, I mean, this is your job interview to us. I mean, not officially, but if you want to get on the Luke Ford show, you got to get past Doovid. And if you and if Doovid isn't satisfied with your minimal streaming knowledge.
Well, how involved are you with Luke Ford?
I mean, this is a service. This is what we can review. This is our good deed to humanity, that we're here for free as a public benefit to teach people like you the basics of streaming and to enter the streamosphere, but we don't waste a whole bunch of time doing it, especially like in the content. But like I'm pretty friendly with Luke. He just sent me this camera, like Luke Ford.
Well, okay, I guess what I'm trying to
Luke Ford
understand.
just out of his own pocket, like bought me a camera. That's what you're looking at right now. Is saying like, yeah, I'm not Luke Ford's official booking agent, but Luke Ford is older and more professional. He's not going to be as however unfriendly you're looking at Doovid. Luke Ford is going to be a lot less friendly than Doovid is, because he's more professional and doesn't want to waste as much time as Doovid might.
Yes.
And then even Jennifer on that, like, who might but at a certain extent there's a technical know-how, like your personality, you think you have what to say and you want to stream, and Doovid is like your tech booking agent, and like I'm basically just going to yell at you because like I know what you have to do, and you're going to think about all these various things, like, no, I don't really want to do that, I want to do this, and I'm just going to keep on yelling at you until you do what you need to do, and until you do what you need to do, you're not going to be ready to stream, and like once you do that, you're going to be ready to stream, and then you could be booked on, like, I don't know, Charles Moskowitz, Luke Ford, Halsey, and if you do good there, you could
Halsey would be
build an
interesting.
audience and become a streaming personality, or you could try it through trial and error. You could send like Luke emails, you could be in his chat like let me on, and he might
Well,
eventually
it wasn't really like that, and I think
or
Jen
you could join Week in Review and talk to Doovid, and he probably might be a better chance. Like, I'm sure I could message Luke, and
well, it's more like
tell
I'll
that
make comments and then
he might
the
not care.
person
He'll
will
say, like, you want to come on to Luke's show and argue that there is voter fraud and that he's wrong.
No. That's
I mean, he might do it. I'm saying, you want to call in like that and argue with Luke and like about voter fraud. He'll probably do it, and he'll like, is there any scientific papers or expertise? All that.
yeah. Well, he would probably want me to like play that heel, even though I agree with him. So we gotta like find something we disagree with, I guess.
But then Luke is kind of wrote like that also. Like, he likes to ask the same questions. But yeah, I mean, saying
So,
like,
yeah, is that am I getting you right there that I should probably find something that I disagree with, because he's gonna wanna spar. He's not gonna want to sit there and say, "Oh, I agree."
I mean, we're more meta-analysis, so like, I don't care. I wouldn't even recommend it. Like, you want to enter the streamosphere to explain why you think there's voter fraud. Like, to me, like, I could care so less.
I don't care about voter fraud. That was just an example of.
You're going to move from a non-streamer to a streamer just to argue about voter fraud.
I think Luke likes juicy things.
Yeah, I mean, but to me, that's nonsensical. So, like, I'm looking.
It's not nonsensical. Luke loves to ask questions that might uncover something juicy, kind of like.
Yeah, I know that. I'm saying,
so you want to put out a little bit of bait for Luke, but you don't want it to be a giant pile of bait, just a little bit of bait, and then he takes the bait and you go and you weave the story that gets juicier with time. That's what Luke loves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing just like book. I mean, you're not getting booked on Fox News, but like just getting booked on Luke Ford to argue about election fraud. Like, I mean, that's
well, you
easy.
keep harping on that. That was like
I'm
the
talking
first thing
about
I could think of.
The creation of a streaming personality, and it was you saying you're like a right-wing figure, and that's what you want to do. You want to argue about, like your series of issues, and then but you also have interest in like learning physics and the hard problem of consciousness, and how are you going to design a streaming personality around arguing about voter fraud, and then like studying physics to understand the hard problem of consciousness.
Well, yeah, no, it's not. That's not my pitch. So, yeah, I agree that is not a coherent package. I just
that's what I'm here to help you. It's saying it's different.
Like,
it's just like
understanding people. How about that? Like, it's all part of. So, the hard problem of consciousness is absolutely about understanding people, and politics is ultimately about that as well. So if you can,
all these are
my
arguable,
politics are kind of like, we have to figure out we have to figure out how the country is going to survive when, you know, uh, Scott Adams talks about, 2 movies on one screen. Are you familiar with Scott Adams?
Yeah, but you don't want to just repeat what other people are saying. You got to
Yeah, I
come up.
know. I'm not. Yeah, I'm saying
trying,
that
trying to
it's
do
a
you a favor. I'm
point of
trying to do
reference.
you a favor here, and saying like I mean, you could become friends with Jennifer and have like, a chill stream and just talk. But I'm saying that's not streaming.
Okay.
And that's not what I do. Like Doovid doesn't absolutely. I hate small talk. Like Doovid hates just the thought of wasted time, and streaming is meant for that. And so when you enter the streamosphere, that means that we're not just talking. There's 20 people watching, and none of these people want their time wasted.
Are there
And
still
it's like
20
I don't want
people
to. I'm not
watching?
putting pressure, saying like this is just week in review. It's no big deal. And even Luke Ford's at his low viewership. But like the lesson here, week in review, and is what I was saying, like the value proposition, where you have to think about what unique insight you have to offer the audience, and then how you're going to get that out there. And it's like, okay, if you have some unique insight on voter fraud and you're going to get it out there by getting on Luke Ford show and debating him, or like Charles Moskowitz or Halsey or whatever your venue is, or you just want to make friends and network and do it publicly, or you're saying you don't even want to do it publicly, like you just want to make friends and network, and you prefer not to do it publicly, but this, just like you really want to become friends with Jennifer, and there was the only chance, so you figure you'd do it online publicly anyways, or whatever you're saying. You got to figure out your
Hey,
value.
stop exposing me.
Well, so you got to figure out. You don't
all right.
have to figure out, but it's saying the nature of streaming is like there has to be a value proposition, or it's not going to work.
Yeah, I follow you. It's interesting that you reminded me that there are actually 20 people still listening. So I want to thank everyone for listening to my job interview. I'm surprised that more people didn't drop off, but
No, these are like the diehards. That's the
yeah.
thing. Like when you start coming, it's like, what the fuck is this? This person's crazy, da da da. And then 2 months later, it's like, wait. And then it's just like, well, yeah, I mean, I spent all my time thinking about this stuff too, so it isn't surprising that other people would also want to do that. Just
Yeah.
Well,
just
I mean,
takes a little time.
Oh yeah,
well,
and
it's saying you want to call it
David's
like a
taking a
fad.
hit
Like,
here.
I spend all my time thinking about it, but I like this stuff, but I don't have what to add or like to it. In there, I'm in the chat and you just want to introduce myself. You just want to donate money. You're saying like, thanks, like we appreciate your content. Here's a donation. We really appreciate it. Versus you're saying like, I've been in the chat, I've been watching, I've been reading some books, I've been thinking about these things, and I got something to offer that's gonna change things, or just like an ego, like I want to be
Change
part.
everything forever.
No, he's
Well,
not so self-deluded as to think he has an original idea, and that's a good thing, and I appreciate that. And it seems to be like he's coming with the right attitude. So I really appreciate that. And it's not impossible to just, because ultimately disrespecting us is disrespecting yourself, right?
Yeah, because we're all one. We're all connected.
Well, it's a dissonance process. So Doovid, in order to, so to say, help you along your path, will temporarily increase your dissonance, because the process of saying like, okay, you want to operate in the streamosphere, you have to operate according to this manner, and you're like, I've summed you up that you're operating in a manner not the way that you will be successful in this venue, so that process of
Is
being
this your way of
aware
saying
of
that
your
I suck?
No, it's a coach. I mean, no, I'm saying, God forbid, it's like a coach, and saying like you could be a noob and you
He's
don't
just
know
trying to
crap
tell you
about
that you need
crap.
the multiple truth hypothesis, God forbid.
No, everybody needs coaching. Saying
What
like,
is the multiple truth hypothesis? You keep
there's
talking
nobody
about
that
that.
doesn't need coaching. And you preferably want to have your dissonance revealed by people who are friendly and want to see the best of you, because God forbid, in a combat situation, you don't want your enemy to reveal your dissonance.
Situation. I like that way of framing it.
And also when you enter the streaming, like it will be combat, because like once you put
Yes.
yourself out there, there'll be someone, like eventually your enemy will arise, because that will be the karma. There's 20 people listening now, and like maybe 100 people watch this over the next few months. So that's probably going to trigger somebody, even though you're not a very triggering guy. Like someone's going to rise. It's like, I can't believe this guy was saying that stuff.
Maybe I'm coming off a little rusty. Like I have dealt with this kind of thing, and I ran the most popular website at my high school, and lots of people had lots of nasty things to say, and there was conflict, and so I'm not like a stranger to the whole blood sports thing. But yeah, I mean, of course, someone like you is gonna have way more experience.
As a keyboard warrior, not a stream warrior, you're saying?
No, I would go on.
You were doing streaming.
And I would make videos and like calling people out and shit.
But not like the blood sports where it's head to head. It was
no. That's what I'm saying. I was just about to say, yeah, you've been through, like people calling you K bombs and stuff like that.
Well, I was just like you, and I decided to enter the arena. That's fine. Saying like, like you've been here, and that you're saying like, I've been watching this Doooovid guy for enough time. I am going to enter and join the arena.
Right.
Or maybe that's not what you're saying. That's why you were.
Well, it was more of Church of Entropy. I thought,
you just wanted a free math lesson. You just like and like like I know Doovid's here and he's gonna,
or vice versa. If she wants to learn about computer concepts or whatever, I'd be willing to have a free exchange of information. But
no, awesome. Like honestly, like I was falling asleep and like you were talking, it's like I was kind of irritable because like I was like literally falling asleep. I was like, should I tell Jennifer like we should wrap up? But like you were talking, and then like by being irritable, that kind of woke me up. So
you remind me of my psychologist so much. It's like uncanny almost.
Isn't it funny when stuff like that happens? Like you feel like you're talking to a ghost almost. Like OV reminds me of this guy.
Because he's always like digging.
So should I take more?
Oh, I'm falling asleep. I can't.
I guess I could just take some more medicine and let you and Jennifer talk if you're enjoying it.
Well, yeah, I think maybe not even. Maybe if we go offline to talk about like what the show is gonna be, if we're gonna do a separate show.
We can talk a bit now for what might be a good idea to like read, and I'm sure that'd be beneficial to the audience. We can talk offline too, and wrap it up whatever people want. But I'm down to chat. I feel bad calling. I honestly feel bad calling you mediocre white male. I feel like, is there some other name I could call you?
Okay, I'm gonna take 5 then.
Call me JD.
Okay, JD. It's just that I feel like words have a lot of power, and I don't like slander terms, like denigrating terms.
For example,
like mediocre.
Oh yeah, well I'm making fun of the like people on Twitter who say that it's only mediocre white men are able to have all this success. Like they'll say that God, I even found a video where they were like, this woman was like, oh, I'm really getting some success finally. And they said, oh, how are you doing it? And it's like, I've been extracting the life force from a mediocre white male. And now I have all the confidence I need. So it's like this sort of meme that I found out there.
Holy shit. No, I'm sure it was, only ironically self-deprecating. It's just, it's just me. I'm being a bit of a princess.
People will probably take issue with me calling myself white too. Because I'm a Michelin.
Oh, that's a whole other story. Let's not open that can of worms. Consciousness is way more interesting because it's like it's hard to meet. It's rare to meet someone who's genuinely interested in consciousness. I had a friend back in university, but like if they're not asking the right questions, it's against the tradition to like force that information on them, right? Because it's like I'm making the decision that they're ready to receive this knowledge. That's not right.
I don't know, I kind of forced the simulation conversation on people. I mean, not as much
Well,
anymore,
it's
but
not bad karma for you to do that because you don't have any knowledge that could be weaponized. Once you have weaponizable knowledge, you understand why you have to guard its secrecy. Something like simulation theory, if you're just talking about it, like what harm's that going to do? You're just playing around with an idea, right? You're curious.
So what do
You
you
almost want pushback, right? So you're presenting the idea to other people on some level because you want the pushback to test the reliability of this idea because it interests you.
And so you're saying the weaponizable, do you mean sort of like neurolinguistic programming type of stuff?
That's funny that as fuck that you brought that up. How'd you learn about that shit?
Well, I mean, I can't think of any other thing that you would
Well, are you familiar with
weaponize
this, or
with.
you just heard about it from some random stream?
I read a short chapter about it in that guy Strauss's book.
Okay, so you're not like a person. You're not a devotee of NLP.
An LP?
NLP, neuro linguistic programming. I knew something
No.
to it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of find the idea creepy. Like there was an episode of Law and Order SVU about it, and I agree with the message that they sent there that it could essentially, it is kind of rape if you.
Well, it's a form of chunking, as Doovid says, right? And you're right to say that, to have that intuition, because there are principles of applying these techniques, and it's obvious that some of them are over the line because it, like you said, it's rape.
Well, yeah, because if someone doesn't know that you're doing it to them, like I think it's if you're upfront and you say like, oh, I think there's this thing called NLP. It's interesting, and like this is how it works. And do you want me to try it on you?
It wouldn't work
And
though. It
what?
wouldn't work. The whole thing, the whole system is predicated on someone not knowing that you're using it.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Well, so then then that really tells you that it's immoral or unethical because if it only works through deception, there's a hint that you
it's a quantum
shouldn't do
mechanical
something.
thing. If you know, if you're, it's the placebo effect. If you know that something is coming, your mind changes. You enter a state of alertness, right? Like think of an animal that's relaxed and then a predator comes around and all its hair sticks up.
Yes.
So it's observed a predator, it's reacted to that. It's the same, like a person would become defensive subconsciously if you were like, hey dude, could I read your like mind or something? Because I learned this technique on a YouTube video. I swear it's totally legit.
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
so
and
it's not
well, it
just
is.
NLP, and NLP doesn't really work because they're not using the right axioms. So you're going to get a lot of false positives and false negatives with something like NLP.
Like
But
someone who is just DTF anyway.
what? I'm sorry, you lost me on that one.
I said someone who's DTF
Oh,
anyway.
so you mean like the guy
would be-
spends all night doing NLP for a girl who would have put out for
Yeah.
a guy who just like looked at her once. Okay, I get it. Yeah. No, exactly. It's the observer effect. It's hard to like disentangle causality because we have a desire to attribute the things that, well, what is it? Confirmation bias.
Yeah. Well,
sort
and
of
so
like,
from what I understand, and I could be totally wrong, it's like one of the principles of it is you try to know what the person is thinking before they think it. And so if you are like then saying things that are in sync with what they're thinking, it's like they're gonna feel like, oh, we're meant to be. Like, how could he know? But really what he did was like prompt you earlier to get you into that state of mind.
right. So
Eh,
that's not exactly how the traditional mind control techniques work, but
Okay.
it's that kind of thing. It's the secret knowledge is what you call generally as mind control. So people misunderstand this because they think it's like you're going around, manipulating people into doing what you want, but it's more control of your own mind. But because there's a symmetry to quantum, when you have control of your own mind, that reflects onto everybody else. So
Is
you
it really all quantum? Like you're always like going back to it's a quantum effect. I mean, I guess everything does break down to quantum, but I don't know.
I'm talking about a centralized field. I'm talking about a field that has an energetic center. Something that could be represented geometrically as what you might call a blob. So the blob is originally a sphere, but it
Are we still talking
distorts.
about NLP?
No, we're talking about quantum consciousness.
Oh, well, you kind of schizoed me there.
Sorry.
All right, yeah, well,
I tried to close the NLP discussion by just saying that it's an example of a misapplication of these mind control techniques that I'm alluding to that are part of the
Oh.
general domain of.
And it's rapey. Don't do
Well,
it.
it can be if you're not abiding by the principles of the tradition, which is why, people aren't really
Mm.
supposed to be initiated into this stuff until they can abide by the principles of tradition. But there's a
Yeah.
certain amount of like what you call secular knowledge that I feel everybody should be entitled to, because it's actually more harmful to not at least give people a basic idea of what's going on.
Right.
But yeah, the mind, your consciousness is generated by photons.
The chat said erotic mind control.
Well, you're doing it to yourself, so I don't know how erotic that can get, but yeah, I mean, you learn a significant portion through self-study. Like, you do have to get to know your own conscious processes and accept that your animal motivations are different from your human motivations. And you don't want to be sucked into the whole rationalizing rat race.
Oh, I'm a rationalizer for sure.
Yeah, we all are rationalizers until we decide that we've sort of had enough of being in the shitty states of mind. That
Yeah.
we're just sort of tired of the boringness of the mundaneness of suffering. If I could put it into words. Yeah, like you were asking about understanding consciousness, and it's like you're basically crossing a Rubicon of sorts, because you're going from nothing to asserting a positive, which contains a tremendous amount of information that it's true. It's just like, it's when you accept that it's true that you begin to be able to wield it in an intellectually precise and powerful way.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense. I don't feel like there's any metaphor that I can draw on to really drive that point home.
Are you familiar with George Hotz? Hotz?
I don't think so.
Okay. He works on self-driving cars. He's a very, very smart guy. I want to talk about him, and then there's also who else was it? Well, wait, how much do you know about quantum networking?
I'm probably the person in the world who knows the most about quantum mechanics in general. Although that's probably hard to believe for a lot of people, but it's just not a very well understood subject, because people are bootstrapping, right? They're not coming from a place of unified knowledge and making connections based on that. They're bootstrapping at every step. I'm coming from a place of unified knowledge and making deductions based on it. So what are you thinking about quantum networks in particular?
Well, no, I mean, I'm trying to make sure I understand what they even are, because
they're undefined. People don't really
yeah, I mean,
understand quantum
they're not
mechanics
actually
that well.
proposing faster than light communication, are they?
Well, FTL is possible for an entangled system because it's all one system. Like, You only have to worry about light speed when you're dealing with distinct systems, because there's a time between when the wavefront departs one waveform and goes to the other waveform. But if it's all one system, what's the time separation from signal to
There's like
reception?
the super determinism angle is like
Well, you have to
it's
throw out
just
determine. You can't use any type of determinism because you have the uncertainty principle. So any type of strict determinism can be disproven basically by the slit experiments.
they try to get around that.
There's no way to get around that. It's a universal. It's just a universal building block. There's no way
Right.
to transcend universal building blocks. That would be like
Just like
basically something that would
simulation.
contradict a lot of already established data. You're talking about how do you re-envisage the slit experiments without the Heisenberg principle?
I mean, my take on why the electron interferes with itself. Um,
I don't really think electrons interfere with themselves, strictly speaking.
well, or that effect, right?
It's photons that interfere with themselves.
Yeah, the fact that you get an interference pattern, even though you're doing them one at a time.
It's not just an interference pattern. There's a pump action generated as well as the waveform oscillates through all the states. You have to understand what you're building, right? Like you have to take what you know about computers now and just translate it onto how the quantum computer works. But it's a complete ground up rebuilding of your approach to computation because everything has to be based on a simulation of microstates. So like the electrons are more of like a grid. They're not a perfect grid, but they're a grid of some sort. And
Right.
photons permeate the electrons, and the permeation of the photons through the electrons creates a diffraction pattern. You following that? You following all that?
More or less.
It's the single
Yeah.
slit. It's the slit experiment.
Oh yeah. I wanted to try and I actually have a surface here that I can draw on. So I could like try and draw it and tell me if I'm getting it or not. Let me see if I can get it going. All right, so are you in the stream?
I don't see your screen right now, but I will put it up.
You have to click on present. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're not already presenting.
It's because I had you single shotted, but yeah, go ahead and share your screen. Now it's just your avatar showing up. So it says Life of Pablo.
Oh wait. Okay, yeah. You can't. Can you see my? Do you see like Notepad? It says surrender to a guru.
All it says is a white screen at the present time.
Oh, maybe it's just not high enough resolution.
No, I think it's coming. It's coming in. It just says Autodesk Sketchbook now. Okay, so now I just see a blank screen with like some sort of drawing. Yeah, there we go.
All right, so let's say we have our screen here. All right, where do you want me to draw the electron gun?
Well, you only need to. What are you trying to establish here?
I don't know. I'm just like trying to follow what you're talking about, and so like by drawing an example.
Oh, this example won't work. This example won't work.
This is kind of backwards. You need to be drawing.
Well, all I'm trying to say is like that photons mediate electron exchanges. Like in chemistry, the photon is the mediator of chemical reactions by the Gibbs free energy. So you can predict in what direction reactions are going to be spontaneous because every element contains some measure of potential energy. So that's the important part of that is that the photon is the mediator of the transitions of the electrons. So you're looking at like a spider web, right? So you have a spider web of all these electrons, and whenever they move, that means that some photons have been released, because the mediator of the change of configuration of the electron is the release of photons. And this is not controversial. This is what is taught in mainstream chemistry. So photons are light, and light has particular characteristics, and
Right.
it just expands. Light just expands in perpetuity. So there's no way to stop light, because light's internal nature is to expand in perpetuity. So even if light is restricted to a finite volume, i.e. a body, it'll still move in that it'll oscillate around and move around and never quite stop. That's why you have a
What if
heartbeat.
it were to be sent out into infinity?
Well, you have a heartbeat because the speed of light is constant. Like the heartbeat, the source of the heartbeat, quote, velocity or frequency, or however you want to look at it, is the speed of light that is present. Like it's part of the light that is present, that is generating your consciousness. So that, like, you have to understand that the physical thing you're trying to understand in order to do quantum computing is the photon, the light. It doesn't, you don't even have to think about it in terms of an individual element of light. You can just think of it as various strengths of light, because photons aren't subject to the exclusion principle. You can have as many photons in the same quantum state as you want, and there won't be any breakdown. There won't be any material breakdown, but there will be a material breakdown for massive entities. So really, that's the only thing you need to understand, like on the conceptual level. But then to actually go and implement it requires a lot of trial and error, because you're working with the photon and the, quote, electron, or just the substrate, at the same time. That's why we had that guy on talking about his computing experience and how they were like growing the processors, because they were allowing the substrate to choose how to orient itself in order to find the minimum energy solution, rather than basically not finding the minimum energy solution, and just solving the problem of computing power by just attaching more serial processors, right? Like they just increase the compute power so high that it like
Like the
forces
qubits? You're talking about qubits?
No,
Or are you talking about a classic computer?
I'm talking about how classic computers have approached these problems. Basically, has been brute force. So just
right,
trying everything, and through sheer trial and error, you're getting the right answer, basically.
Yeah. Well, okay, so what is it that you're trying to teach me here, or what is it that you want me to know?
Just to give you an idea of what is important for pursuing consciousness studies. Because your own consciousness is one of these entangled photonic matrices.
Well, yeah, we were talking about entanglement and like, yeah, what I think because I said super determinism and that triggered you.
Well, I mean, what is super determinism? Like where you can know everything in advance of calculation?
It's kind of like they're trying. From what I read, it was like it's a theory that tries to, like I was saying, it tries to go around the uncertainty principle, in that it's saying like from the beginning of time, it was like a predetermined course that all of these things would
that
resonate at the same frequency, right? And so even though they're a gajillion miles away, it's like it's just the nature of how things started is the reason that they are in sync like that, but that you couldn't actually use them to do anything useful according to this theory.
I would say that it's true that the universe could only have ended up one way. that it was predetermined in the sense that we can't travel backwards in time and change any of it. So in that sense, it's
Oh,
super
yeah.
deterministic. However, it's a
It's
question of
interesting you brought up time. I'm
the
sorry, go ahead.
question is, can we predict the future to arbitrary accuracy? And the answer is we can't do that, because we know that the Heisenberg principle tells us that the most we can know about a system in advance of measurement is the distribution of eigenstates. We can't tell which eigenstate is going to be collapsed or reduced into subsequent to the measurement event. That's what they mean by like soft determinism, or, quantum mechanics disproving determinism, is that it's not just a simple dominoes of causality. You get to these branch points where you don't know exactly where it's going to go, because there's multiple places it could go, because there's a Heisenberg effect, which is causing it to have a fanning out of all of its eigenstates. So if there's no quantum effect, the eigenstate is the max energy state. But if there is a quantum effect, you get a fanning out wherein you don't know. You only know the probabilistic distribution. That's the most you can know. And that's not going to tell you what is going to happen when it measures, is there's an element of randomness to that. That's sort of the link between statistics and quantum mechanics, is that the Schrodinger equation is some type of probabilistic distribution.
Oh, yeah, and yeah, what were you saying about like Schrodinger's cat is not real? I mean, like,
It's kind of a stupid metaphor because it doesn't really allude to anything. Like, it's still
yeah.
not clear to me what this metaphor is supposed to be illustrating, and it seems to be misrepresented quite a bit. It's a lot like the moon doesn't exist until you look at it thing. Like, that's
Yeah,
bullshit.
yeah.
That's obviously stupid and crazy, egocentric, right? Like, who would believe such?
Well, yeah,
bullshit?
and yeah, it's like, who determines what an observer is? Like, why can't? I think Hawking was the one who said, like, well, why can't just another rock floating by be an observer, in the sense that it, it calls for an interaction. So, unless the moon became completely isolated, there would always be something like, quote, waking it up, like, hey, there's this tiny little speck of dust that, the universe needs to know what's going to happen to it next. So the idea that something as huge as the moon would just like ever be so isolated that it wouldn't need to render is kind of ridiculous.
It's just a misrepresentation of what a waveform reduction is. It's basically saying that, well, if you can't waveform reduce the waveforms emanating from the moon, then it doesn't really exist, because existence is only defined when you observe it. It's basically the tree in the forest falling doesn't make a sound fallacy. But yeah, like, I never use the Schrodinger cat metaphor in my own teachings. I don't know what it would be used for. It just seems very sick to me. It's just
yeah,
perverted.
You're hurting a kitty for no reason.
Well, God forbid the World War II era. But yeah, I mean, I'm getting pretty tired, so I guess if you two want to keep on talking, that's fine. I can just call it a week. I don't have anything to announce, streams or anything besides my regular Thursday with Charles Moskowitz. I'll probably join the Monday and Wednesday call, the Root and Branch in Jerusalem that they post, but those probably won't be particularly interesting. I think the one on Monday, although if they are, people could probably even join the call and speak to the panelists if they want. Monday, I think, is someone from the Israeli tourism hotel industry talking about the effect of COVID-19 on the Israeli hotel industry. And on Wednesday is a professor of archaeology talking about the current state of Israeli archaeology in comparison to or support of the biblical narrative. So I might ask a few questions after the stream, and it's probably open to anybody, even non-Jews, if they're interested to hear the lecture and stick around to ask a few questions after. You just sign up on the Root and Branch. So unless mediocre, if you had anything to ask or say to me or Jennifer, then maybe I'll sign off and you could keep on talking if you want.
I didn't get a
Yeah.
chance to show my PowerPoint slides, but we've been going for almost 4.5 hours, so we can just put them to next week because they're pretty involved. They involve like calculations, so probably
Well, if you
nothing
want to
like
go
that at
over
this point.
them, I do rewatch these videos, and I did look at the slides. So if you want to go over them, with
Yeah, what did you
me,
think? What did you think about them?
I mean, they were interesting, but they didn't connect any of my research. So it just seemed kind of like academic. That there was interest. Like if I was reading like an article in Science or something about stars or something, it's not what I usually thinking about. But yeah, they were pretty good. I mean, if you do want to go over them with mediocre, I'll rewatch it and we can go over them again next week also. So as I say, they were pretty good. Like I'd be interested in your explanation, but as I said, like cosmology is interesting to me, but I'm more interested in the consciousness than the cosmology. So I put
But consciousness is cosmological.
Yeah, of course they're related in their
It's
parallel
literally the
structures.
same thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, but you're saying my focus is more conscious than cosmology.
But they're the same thing. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Okay, so have a great week,
I'm
everybody.
sure we'll get there eventually.
And mediocre. I mean, if you could reach out to, I mean, Jennifer, or if me, if you want to get booked onto Luke Ford, I guess like it's probably not that difficult. You probably don't need me or Jennifer to help you with it. You could probably email him directly.
Well, yeah, no, he already he offered. That's why I brought it up. But I do appreciate the.
Yeah, if you need
offer.
help with that, but Luke, I mean,
Yeah, if
in
you want to
some
give me
ways
some
he's hard
tips
to
or
work with,
whatever.
but I mean, he's very easy to work with. So like, no, you don't need like a good word for me and Jennifer. But if I do speak to him, I will mention we talked because.
All right, I'll get your info from Jen, and then if I need to reach out to you, I will.
Okay, yeah, blessings. Have a great week, and thanks everybody. Shalom.
All right, shalom to you too.
So yeah, we can talk about subjective consciousness if you want, or if you're getting tired, we can wrap up. It's all good.
Are we staying on stream, or do you want to talk about the future show or whatever?
I was going to talk about subjective consciousness because that uses different axioms. Like if you're interested in the sociological side, you don't have to do all the quantum stuff. It's completely different axioms.
I guess whatever, if you want to throw some ideas at me. I'm trying to remember. I was like trying to come up with a list of different things because we were thinking of wrapping up a little earlier, and I was gonna say there are these certain videos and people that I was gonna recommend that you and maybe the audience as well would take a look at. One of them is this guy George Hotz, and there's another guy, Joshua Bach. They're both like, they're both like highly interested in AI. But yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought, and it's a pain. It's one of
That's
the
no
things.
problem. Well, we've been going for a while, so we can wrap up now and we can plan a separate stream. And if you want, we can talk offline. And how's that sound?
All right, yeah.
Yeah, so thanks everyone for joining, and thanks Doovid for putting up with the digressions and patiently reiterating your position. I think that people should learn a little bit how to, at least maybe try to see things from Doovid's perspective and interact with him on that level. And I think our friend tonight really did a great job with that. Sorry, what was the moniker? Was it JD?
Yeah, you could call me JD.
Yeah, JD did a really good job talking to Doovid. Like, he didn't get his feathers ruffled, and he listened to what he was saying. So a lot of people will do is they'll sort of stop listening to what Doovid's saying, and they'll get stuck in something and just keep repeating themselves, kind of like an NPC. Just gotta resist that and stay in the flow of the conversation, and it's beneficial, I think, to practice the art of conversation. So appreciate having a good conversationalist on the show. Did you have any final words before we say goodnight?
Just tell people to stay tuned because we're gonna try and work out a companion show, or I don't know, what do you want to call it?
Let's figure out what it is first before we give it a name.
We'll call it Shul of Entropy.
Shul of Entropy. Working title, Shul of Entropy. Story to be continued. Thank you so much, audience and participants. We will see you next Sunday evening, if not sooner.
That's just so to say, a worthless opinion of.
It's so important that she can't be told, she won't be told that it's wrong. And
bringing it back to Church of Entropy and her attack dog Gandalf the White.
Why don't you learn to shut up and fuck goddamn logic?
They control the media, and the media is capable of making the sheeple believe in anything.
Yeah, I don't mind. I mean, we've had these streams, and I've been doing with Church of Entropy, and she's been bringing on new people, and like we did those streams on like stream etiquette. We walked through like the technology.
I have like very strongly negative opinions of the kind of Brundle clique.
Is she trying to garner herself prestige by